Good morning, everyone. My name is Catherine McGarry, Mayor of the City of Cambridge and Chair of today's statutory public meeting. We continue to meet virtually due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Today in Waterloo Region, parents with children between the ages of 5 and 11 can now make appointments to get those school-age children vaccinated. This is such great news. We're going to start doing that on Friday, which I know is welcome news to many with children back in class every day. Thank you to everyone for doing your part to keep our kids safe. If you haven't already received your vaccine and you're able to do so, please get your shot. As we all navigate this together and move through our agenda today, please remember to be kind together, kind to each other. Words and tone matter. So let's get into today's proceedings as we have a busy day with a special council meeting also this evening. This morning we have 3 statutory public meetings, 1 under the Development Charges Act and 2 under the Ontario Planning Act. Our 4th public meeting, item number 5.4 on our agenda, Public Meeting Report 143 Elgin Street North, Vacant Land Condominium, Shout Vision Limited, will be dealt with this evening at 7 p.m. as noted within the notice that was circulated to the public in advance of today's meeting. We will be taking a 30-minute recess at noon today. We hope to have heard from most of our pre-registered delegations, but if not, at that time we will recess and return for the remainder of speakers, including those that wish to call in to our public meeting line. At the conclusion of this morning's statutory public meetings, Council will take a recess and reconvene at 5 p.m. this evening for the remainder of our agenda and our 4th statutory public meeting. So we're now going to move into our agenda. I'm going to ask our clerk to complete a roll call of Council so that we can confirm everyone's attendance as we are coming to you electronically today. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adjade.
Present.
Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Ermeda.
Present.
Councillor Hamilton.
Present.
Councillor Liggett will join us later. Councillor Mann.
Present.
Councillor Reid.
Present.
Councillor Wolf.
Present.
And Mayor McGarry.
Present. I'm just going to hold for a moment. There's some technical difficulties.
Thank you, everyone. I apologize for the technical difficulties. I do have to give a huge shout out to our staff who are on top of these technical issues when things happen. And I just want to say again, we couldn't be having these meetings without you. So thank you all for all of the assistance to get us back up and live and running. So where were we? Oh, yes. We'll now introduce the staff that we have joining us today. And joining us electronically today, we have our City Manager, David Calder, our Deputy City Managers, Dave Bush, Hardy Bromberg, Cheryl Zonleiter, and Yogesh Shah. Our Chief Financial Officer, Cheryl Ayers, our City Solicitor, Lisa Shields, and our Chief Planner, Lisa Prime. We also have staff from other divisions joining us today, and they'll join the meeting when their item is up for discussion. Clerking the meeting today, we have our Deputy Clerk, Jennifer Shaw, and Briar Aslan and Mallory Greenoff, Council Committee Services Coordinators, and they've been working hard along with our Technology Services staff, and Ayesh De Silva, who is assisting with logistics for today's meeting. And again, I want to give a huge thank you to all of our staff, not just for this morning, but for the work that they do all the time to ensure we can be up and live in a technology world. We would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather today is the land traditionally used by the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Neutral people. We also acknowledge the enduring presence and deep traditional knowledge and philosophies of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today. A reminder to members of Council that the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act requires members of Council to declare any direct or indirect pecuniary interest in relation to a matter under discussion. So I'll look to members of council now and ask if there's any declarations of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, we'll move forward with our agenda today. This morning, we have 3 statutory public meetings. Our first one is being held under the Development Charges Act, and the other 2 are being held under the Ontario Planning Act. I will call upon staff to provide an introductory presentation at the beginning of each statutory public meeting. After we've heard from staff, we will hear from the consultant or applicant. Afterwards, I will call for our pre-registered delegations and then open the phone lines to any members of our virtual audience who have tuned into our live stream of today's meeting and wish to speak to these items. Members of our virtual audience wishing to speak to the public meeting items before us can contact us by telephone at 519-740-4680 extension 4799. Again, this number, 519-740-4680 extension 4799. City staff will be on hand to monitor and to receive calls to this number during the course of all of the statutory public meetings today. This number will also be available on our city website, our agenda, and the live stream of our meeting located on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel. Each delegate who participates will be allowed 5 minutes to speak. I remind members of council and the public that there's no debate of the item in the public meeting. I also remind council that all statutory public meeting items will be before council a second time with a recommendation report, and today's process is for public consultation. Council will consider all oral and written comments prior to making a decision on each item. If a member of the public would like to be informed of further reports and/or decisions on these matters, we ask that you please email your name and contact information to our Finance Division for the Development Charges item or the Planning Division for the planning applications. The contact information for the staff member associated with the public meetings will also be shared as part of their presentation at the end, so keep a pen and paper handy. We are excited to be here with you again, Cambridge, for another special council meeting and another reminder that we're all in this together and we do continue to need to do our part. Today's first statutory public meeting is agenda number 5.1, 21-218 CRS Development Charges Background Study and Bylaw Amendment Public Meeting. We will hear from staff, the consultants, and then move to pre-registered delegations, followed by anyone who wishes to call into this item. I will ask council to hold off on questions for staff until we hear from all delegations today as part of the public meeting. So today we're going to begin with opening remarks from Katie Fisher, our Deputy Treasurer. Welcome, Katie. You may begin.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry and members of council. We're bringing forward for you today information on our development charges bylaw. Specifically, there was legislation introduced by the province in 2020 that we are looking to amend our bylaw to take advantage of this new legislation. In particular, one of the pieces that it involves is removing a 10% mandatory deduction that would have been necessary to contribute towards our capital projects for parks and rec and library type projects. So that will ultimately save taxpayers money or free up resources towards other capital projects. In addition, today, we haven't addressed any information on policy matters such as waived development charges. This update that we were seeking to do was solely around the new legislation. So if there is further discussion warranted on policy matters such as waived development charges in the core areas, that is something that council could direct staff to look at in the upcoming year. But what is brought forward today is solely addressing those legislation changes. With us today, we have Gary Scanlon and Nancy Neal from Watson and Associates. They are our consultants who we have engaged through our original DC full background study in 2019, and we further engaged them for this update work. And they will present to you and walk you through the findings.
Welcome, Gary. Welcome, Nancy. And do you have a presentation today?
We do, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And just as you get going, just allow the clerk to know when you want to advance the slides. So welcome, please begin.
Thank you. Pleasure to be before Council again. So we put together a brief presentation which summarizes the background study that we released. If you recall, this is part of a public process and we have to release a background study, gives the public an opportunity to review it. Then we have the public meeting. You'll close this meeting, and subsequent to this, I think January 18th, Council can consider the bylaw. So next slide, please. Like any other public meeting, we've had the opening remarks. I'll make a brief presentation and then it's open for any questions. Next slide, please. As noted by Katie, we've had some legislative changes over the last 2 years. Those legislative changes have provided the following. If you recall, the softer services, your parks, recreation, library, some of the studies, were subject to a 10% deduction. So we get through the calculations, we get to the end, and the Act had required us to make an extra 10% deduction. That has been removed now from the legislation, so we can add those deductions back in. So we are moving towards more of a full cost recovery for those services. One of the things they did was change the services we can recover for. Parking has been removed. Municipal parking has been removed as an eligible service. So as of September 18th, we're going to continue the bylaw to have it in the bylaw until September 18th, which is the mandated date that it has to be removed. A slight adjustment on how we put the charges together. We create classes for services such as growth-related studies, which may, something like an official plan, may be putting in policies related to roads and to parks and to stormwater management, et cetera. Because it crosses over many services, we have to now categorize it as a class. For your purposes, Council, for the purposes of the public, you won't see any difference, but the way that we do the calculations is a slight change. And then there are additional policies that have been put into place as a result of the 3 different bills. Next slide, please. This just provides a timeline. As you can see, we released the background study on October 29th. That starts a minimum 60-day circulation period. So Council cannot consider the bylaw within the first 60 days. Obviously, we're more than hitting those timelines because we won't consider the bylaw until about mid-January. Next slide. Next slide, please. Development charges very quickly are to assist municipalities in recovering infrastructure costs associated with both residential and non-residential growth within the municipality. We've had these types of charges in place now for about 65 years, so they're nothing new, but they have been refined over time. We've had different amendments to the legislation similar to what we've seen recently. Just to remind everybody, the Act categorizes infrastructure into 2 different categories. One which is very localized, and the Act calls it local services. So internal to a subdivision, let's say the internal roads, the storm sewers, the street lights, the sidewalks, et cetera. Those are what the Act says are the developer's costs, And for the most part, they would pay 100% towards those costs. So we don't include them in the development charge. We consider the broader costs that are generally outside of the subdivision. So broader roads, intersection improvements, stormwater management works, parks, recreation, etc. So right now, the legislation, as I say, has recently been updated. Not significant changes in a big way, but it will allow the charges to be refined. Next slide, please. As I've noted, there's 4 different pieces of legislation. You will recall Bill 108 was a significant piece of legislation which was seeking to modify 16 different pieces of legislation. So when the new government, the Conservative government, got into power, not too long thereafter, they sought to make changes to many different legislation. Development charges was one of them. At the end of the day, what was in Bill 108 basically only changed things for cash flow. So it allowed an extended period of time for rental housing to pay. They can pay over 5 years. Institutions can pay over 5 years. Nonprofit housing can pay over 20 years. As well, if you have a zoning application or a zoning bylaw application or site plan, it freezes the charges that are in place and until 2 years after you approve those applications. So there is an opportunity in all of those situations to index or add interest over time, but it's legislative changes which I think the province was trying to provide opportunities for more housing to be constructed and perhaps at a lesser cost. At the end of the day, the key piece of legislation was 197, which is the one that changed the eligible services, removed the 10% deduction for the softer services. Bill 213, basically what it did was to provide an exemption for universities. So if you were considering a university charge, it can no longer be imposed if those universities are funded by senior levels of government. Next slide, please. The ones that are being updated are listed here: outdoor, indoor, recreation. They're actually now combined as one category where they were, they may in certain municipalities be considered 2 different categories, and now they're one. Library services, public works, parking services, and general government. Next slide. As I've noted, that special way that we have to calculate the classes of services would apply to public works and to growth-related studies. As I say, at the end of the day, though, from looking at your bylaw, you'll, for the most part, see no difference. It's just the way that we do the calculations. Next slide, please. So we've contained within the background study, the update that we provided is an amending bylaw, which will make amendments to the bylaw that you passed in 2019. So that's 19-094. So that's what the amending bylaw provides. It'll provide for installment payments. You'll recall the 3 that I talked about, the rental housing, institutions, and for nonprofit housing. The DC rate freeze, that's for zoning applications, site plan applications. Interest policies, which is allowed for the former 2 bullets. Mandatory exemptions for new ancillary houses. And if I'm coming forward today with a building permit, let's say for a single family home, I can add an additional apartment and not be charged. So they've made some refinements in that area. The university exemption I spoke to, and then associated with everything and above, we had to make some refinements to definitions just to make sure that they fit well within the updated requirements of the Act. Next slide. This is the schedule of charges that have been updated. I'll show you a comparison in a moment. The yellow areas are where we've made the changes to the calculations. You can see currently your bylaw has for low, medium, high density units. So you got singles and semi-detached as the low, other multiples of the townhouses, that's the medium. And then we have categories of apartments, which would be regular apartments and then special dwelling units, and then the non-residential charges. If we look at the next slide, this will provide you can see that the current bylaw has in total a charge for a single detached unit of $21,472. The increase in the charge is roughly about $900. So we go to $22,395. And you can see where the charges are being adjusted by the yellow areas. You note once again the parking services, you can see which is in the middle of the upper part. That will cease to be collected for as of September 18th of next year. Next slide. On the non-residential side, so commercial, industrial, institutional, you can see minor adjustment of about 4 cents per square foot. Next slide. The effective date, I apologize for that. This was to be updated, but I guess it didn't make it into the presentation. January 18th is the day that we're looking to be back before council for consideration of the bylaw. Note that indexing takes place in the bylaw. So these charges, everything that we've presented goes back to 2019 because that's when you passed the bylaw. So we'll put into place the bylaw as of 2019 dollars, and then it will have to be indexed forward to the current charges as per the bylaw today. Next slide. And as I said, that completes the presentation, Madam Mayor. Happy to answer any questions that council or the public may have.
Well, thank you so much, Nancy Neal and Gary Scanlon from Watson and Associate Economists Limited. Thanks very much for a very thorough presentation. I'm going to ask you just to stay on with us in case there aren't any questions. I did want to note that there's no pre-registered delegations to Statutory Public Meeting Report 21-218 CRS Development Charges Background Study, and I'm sorry, I've got that in Bylaw Amendment Public Meeting. So we're going to take a moment just to allow members of the public to try and call into our statutory public meeting using the phone number 519-740-4680 extension 4799. So we're just going to do a 2-minute recess for this first call out. Thank you for your patience. I just conferred with the clerk and we've not received any requests to speak to this item during our first short break. We'll now move to a longer break to allow anyone watching the opportunity to call in and speak to public meeting report 21-218 CRS Development Charges Background Study and Bylaw Amendment Public Meeting. Again, I remind viewers that individuals wishing to speak to this item can call in at 519-740-4680, extension 4799. So we're going to go to a 5-minute recess while we wait to see if anybody in the public wishes to call into the statutory public meeting. So you can turn your mics and cameras off, and we'll see you in 5 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Just to let you know that we have not received any requests to speak to this item during our second round of calling out to the public. So we're now going to go into a third round of 5 minutes. And again, that number for members of the public to call in to statutory meeting 21-218 CRS Development Charges Background Study and Bylaw Amendment Public Meeting. And the number again is 519-740-4680, extension 4799. So we'll give another 5 minutes and then we'll be back. Thank you for your patience. Well, thank you everyone for your patience. I've received confirmation from our staff that the phone lines and messages for statutory public meeting call-in extension have been received. And that means we have received no callers on any of the call-outs for this item. So we know that we have heard from any that may have requested to speak today. But again, we've had no call-ins and no pre-registered delegations on this items. So that means we'll now move on to questions. So once we're through questions, we will place a motion on the floor and move to debate and comments. But I do remind members of council that today this item's only before us for receipt, and we're to refer this report back to staff. Following today's public meeting, staff will report back with a subsequent review and a recommendation. So I'll look now to members of council to see if there's any questions for the consultant on this item. And thank you again, Gary and Neil or Nancy for joining us this morning to answer any questions. I think you've done a very good job. There's no questions from members of council at this point. So thank you again, Nancy and Gary, for joining us this morning. And our clerks will put you back into the waiting room if that's okay, just in case we need you. But thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Have a good day.
So at this point, members of council, I'll ask if there's any questions for staff on this item just before we put the motion on the floor. Councillor Devine, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. Excuse me, I'm a little bit snuffed up today. No, that was a very good report, well explained. Last meeting we had, Councillor Mann had brought up the waiving of the development charges in core areas. Is this, and this is something that I think has become very, very serious with the city, the taxpayers, and you know, with what's going on. Are we expecting a report back from staff on the development charges in core areas and the possible waiving or not waiving them in the future?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Devine. I see that Katie has unmuted, so Ms. Fisher, go ahead.
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, as mentioned earlier, what has been brought before you today focuses on the legislation changes. And over the past year, more information has come about our core area exemptions. And should that be an area that council would like information, which it's sounding like it likely is, what I would recommend is we can proceed with these amendments at this time through the bylaw amendment planned for January 18th. That way we address the legislation changes and we ensure that we do realize those taxpayer savings associated with that 10% mandatory deduction. Staff can also bring forward information in 2022 to council on the waived DCs in our core areas, along with some policy considerations for you at that time, if that is amenable.
Through the chair, can I speak on that?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Katie, thank you. I believe as a counselor, and I only speak for myself, and Councillor Mann certainly has brought it up, we need to have a report back as soon as possible on the waiving of the development charges in core areas. And I don't think next summer we'll cut it. If we can get some something midwinter. I mean, the pure numbers should be there. And I really think that council has to make some hard decisions on that issue. So I would recommend that I'm asking that it come to council in February. Thank you.
Ms. Fisher, any other comments on that?
No, I think bringing forward information is possible in the winter as planned. I've just wanted to add clarity that because the policy is within our DC bylaw, amending that bylaw for the core areas would require the public notice that Gary mentioned, the 60-day public notice, and a public meeting. So that process in and of itself, just factor in that does take a bit of time to follow that legislative process.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank
Yeah,
you. And
that's
just
good,
one
thanks.
moment, just one moment, Councillor Devine, I am going to turn to Mr. Calder or Mr. Bromberg. Looks like
Yes,
Mr.
Mayor
ahead.
McGarry, thank you. I just wanted Mr. Bromberg to weigh in because I know we have discussed this at the staff level. So I'll ask Hardy just to give an update from the Councillor Mann's conversation at the last meeting. Hardy?
Thank you. I was going to turn to you. Go ahead, Mr. Bromberg.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor McGarry, to members of council, staff are indeed preparing for early Q1 of 2022 options for council's consideration around the development charges in our core areas. So that will be forthcoming.
Thank you. I'll move next to Councillor Hamilton. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Just have a question on some of the mandatory exemptions. I think it's on page 11. But in terms of ancillary dwelling units, universities, would this include, let's say, a potential expansion of the architecture school or initiatives that we have coming forward on tiny homes? Would these be included within that mandatory exemption?
Through you, Your Worship, the university, yes. If there was an expansion of the School of Architecture, which adds additional square footage, that's the fundamental piece within. So it's not an existing building, for example, but additional square footage, they would be exempt. In terms of the ancillary units, perhaps we can bring back Gary and Nancy, or unless Cheryl knows the answer. I'm less familiar with it, but I believe it's associated with, it has to be planned at the time of initial build of that initial residential unit.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm just going to look to members of staff, and actually Gary's back on the screen. I'm going to turn that question back to Gary. Gary, could you just turn off the background? Thank you. Thank you. Gary, did you hear the question?
So I think there was two parts to it. The one was on the university and the second one was on additional units, small homes. Is that it? So I think Katie had mentioned that if it's a university, then and it's funded by senior levels of government, then we wouldn't be able to impose the charge. So that was correct. With respect to tiny homes, I'm not quite clear what the exact situation is. Perhaps if the councillor could, through you, Madam Mayor, could repeat the question, I'd be a little bit clearer on the situation.
Yes, please go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. If someone, let's say a resident, decided, hey, I meet all of the specifications and parameters to build a tiny home on my property or an ancillary dwelling unit, how would that relate to development charges? Would they have to pay a small fee or development charge for the smaller home, or would that be exempt because it's included within this clause? I recognize this is probably new ground, but it just struck me as a question that I thought was important to ask at this stage.
It's a very good question through you, Madam Mayor. If it's ancillary, then basically ancillary would be including a unit in a garage, like a detached garage, or you've got a pool house or something like that. The legislation does exempt ancillary units. The area that's a little unclear is building a secondary home. Is that ancillary or not? So this is an area we have been having some discussions. And if it's any of it, that's an area we're still struggling with. There's different opinions. The wording is actually ancillary. So is a standalone home ancillary, or is it a unit that's within a building that's ancillary? We can be back to you on that. We'll have more discussions with staff and how we worded it in your bylaw, but it's a very good question.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's certainly some changes in the province on all kinds of dwellings. So thank you very much for your answer. So I'll look again to see if there are any further questions for staff on this item before we actually put the motion on the floor. And seeing none, we'll now move to place the motion on the floor. Councillor Devine, I believe you have this motion. Would you please read it in its entirety?
Yes, I'd be happy to do that. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mann. That report 21-218 CRS redevelopment charge background study and bylaw amendment public meeting be received, and that the development charge background study and draft bylaw be referred back to staff for subsequent review and recommendation.
Thank you. So at this time, I'll turn to members of council to see if there are any further questions. Seeing none, I'll ask if council has any comments at this point. And seeing none, I did want to again thank our consultants for the work that they've done with this, as well as our own staff, as we have seen during the presentation that there's legislative changes and things that we as a city need to do to put this forward. So thank you all for this work on this file. Seeing no further comments, I'm ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Urmeta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
That carries.
That carries. Thank you very much. We'll now move over to our second statutory public meeting, and that's agenda number 5.21-226 CD, Public Meeting Report 40 Albert Street Zoning Bylaw Amendment. Kelly DaCosta and CEO Ron Rogan. So we're going to hear from staff first, then the consultants, and then we'll move to any pre-registered delegations, followed by anyone who wishes to call into this item for this statutory public meeting. So again, I'll ask council to hold off on any questions for staff until we hear from all delegations today as part of the public meeting. So today we're going to begin with a presentation from Michael Campos, our intermediate planner development, who will provide an overview of this report. I see that this is up on the screen. Welcome, Michael, you may begin.
Good morning, Madam Mayor. Members of council, senior staff, and members of the public. My name is Michael Campos, and I'm an intermediate planner with the city. I'm here today to present the zoning bylaw amendment application for 40 Albert Street. Next slide, please. So the purpose of today's meeting is to formally introduce the proposed planning application to council and the public. Notice was mailed to assessed owners within 120 meters of the subject property and anyone else requesting notification in accordance with the Planning Act. Notice was also provided in the Cambridge Times on October 28th, 2021. Should you have any questions regarding the application or would like to receive further information and future notification, please feel free to contact me at the email provided. Next slide, please. So in terms of our timeline, we are currently in the public meeting stage, which is a requirement of the Planning Act to introduce the proposal to council and members of the community. The next steps will include the review of staff and agency comments, as well as comments received at this meeting, to form our recommendation and to prepare a final recommendation report to be presented to council for review and final decision. Next slide, please. So the subject property is located in the southwestern corner of Albert Street and Birch Street and is situated approximately 150 meters east of Ainsley Street South in the Galt Court area. The property is located within an existing residential neighborhood comprised of primarily single detached and semi-detached residential dwellings. Next slide, please. So as can be seen on your screen, the applicant is proposing to develop the subject property with a semi-detached dwelling containing 2 units with driveway access off of Albert Street. Each unit is proposed to have a height of 3 stories or 9.2 meters and will provide a gross floor area of 152 square meters or 1,637 square feet per unit. A total of 2 parking spaces are required, calculated at a rate of 1 space per dwelling unit. And the proposed development will be capable of accommodating the required parking in either the provided garage space or in the driveway. And each unit will have a 1-car garage provided. Next slide, please. This slide provides an illustration of the proposed front elevation of the semi-detached dwelling. So as can be seen, the proposed residential building will be 3 stories in height and will have a facade comprised of brick and vinyl siding. Next slide, please. So in order to facilitate the development of the subject property for the semi-detached dwelling, a zoning bylaw amendment is required to rezone the property from its current zone, the residential R4, to the residential RS1 zone, which permits semi-detached built forms. The current zoning on the lands solely permits single detached dwellings as the only residential built form. In addition to rezoning the lands from the R4 to the RS1 zone, the proposed amendment will also seek to establish some site-specific zoning provisions. And they're as follows: to permit a minimum lot frontage for a corner lot of a semi-detached unit building to be 20.13 meters, whereas the bylaw requires a minimum of 22 meters. To permit a minimum lot frontage for the corner unit of a semi-detached dwelling to be 11.13 meters, whereas the bylaw requires a minimum of 13 meters. To permit a minimum total lot area for a corner lot of a semi-detached dwelling to be 466.3 square meters, whereas the bylaw requires 660 square meters. To permit a minimum lot area for a semi-detached dwelling to be 257.7 square meters, whereas the bylaw requires a minimum of 390 square meters. And finally, to permit a minimum exterior side yard setback of 5 meters, whereas the zoning bylaw requires a minimum of 6 meters. Next slide, please. I'd also like to add that the property is currently vacant, as shown on the aerial image on your screen. Previously, the property was developed with a single detached dwelling, which had been removed as a result of some damages due to a fire. Next slide, please. So the following are the considerations that we'll be taking in preparing a future recommendation report. In addition to the consistency and conformity to the applicable provincial, regional, and local planning legislation, we'll also have consideration for land use compatibility with the surrounding existing development and the overall character of the existing neighborhood, the appropriateness of the proposed site-specific zoning requests, and comments received from members of council, public and city staff, and agency circulation. Next slide, please. And so the staff recommendation is as written on the slide, that report 21226 CB public meeting report 40 Albert Street zoning bylaw amendment be received, and that application R0421 for 40 Albert Street be referred back to staff for a future report and staff recommendation. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michael, for your presentation. And just a reminder to members of council that we're going to hold questions for staff and the consultants until after all of potential delegations has spoken today. So we're now just taking a moment to bring in Andrew Head of Dryden, Smith and Head Planning Consultants Limited. And we'll just take a moment to bring Andrew in.
160 square meters. To permit a minimum lot
Andrew,
area
it's Mayor McGarry. Are you able to hear me?
157.
Good morning, Madam Mayor. How are you?
Where's the bylaw?
Great. Could you just turn off the sound? I guess you've already done that. I always like to remind people about this time that there's about a 25 or 30-second delay between what's actually happening here in council and the YouTube channel. So welcome, Andrew. I know that you just had a few words to say regarding this application, so please go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, members of staff and council. My name is Andrew Head from Dryden, Smith and Head Planning Consultants in Kitchener. I'm here on behalf of the property owners. I'd like to thank Michael Campos for his staff report and the detailed explanation of this zoning bylaw amendment. I really don't have a lot to offer, as this is a pretty straightforward application. He's done an excellent job on his explanation. I'm really just here to offer any type of answers to any questions that may arise, and here to lend my support to this application.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And I'll just ask you to stay on until we hear from any potential delegations. We usually hear those first before members of council ask any questions. So thanks very much for joining us this morning. And we'll just keep you with us until we've heard from any delegations. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
So thanks, everyone. We are now going to hear from delegations to 21-226 CD, Public Meeting Report, 40 Albert Street, Zoning Bylaw Amendment, Kelly DaCosta, care of Ron Rogan. I did want to remind the public that should you wish to call in to speak to this item, please call on your phone 519-740-4680, extension 4799, and staff are on standby to receive your call. Just for information purposes here, we have had no pre-registered delegations for this meeting. So we're now just going to go to a 2-minute recess to have the opportunity for any members of the public that are watching to call into this meeting. And again, the number 519-740-4680, and it's extension 4799. So staff are on standby. So we'll take a 2-minute break at this point. Thank you. Welcome back. Just for everybody's information, we have not received any requests to speak to this item during our first round of call out. So we'll now move to just a slightly longer break to give anyone watching the opportunity to call in and speak to 21-226 CD, Public Meeting Report, 40 Albert Street, Zoning Bylaw Amendment, Kelly DaCosta, care of Ron Rogan. So we'll now go to a 5-minute call out. And again, any members of the public that wish to call in, please dial 519-740-4680, extension 4799. So another 5 minutes. Thank you. I'll ask for members of council to turn their cameras back on. Thanks everyone for your patience. Just so that you're aware, we've received no requests to speak to this item during our second short break. So we'll now move to one more 5-minute call out so that members of the public can call into our statutory meeting and speak to report 21-226 CD, public meeting report, 40 Albert Street, zoning bylaw amendment, Kelly DaCosta, CEO Ron Rogan. So again, we'll do another 5-minute call out and see if there's any further delegations that are feasible today. That number again for members of the public is 519-740-4680, extension 4799. So 5 minutes and then we'll be back to you. Thank you. I'll ask all members of council to please put your cameras back on. Well, welcome back, everybody. Thanks again for your patience. I've now received confirmation from staff that the phone lines and any potential messages for the statutory public meeting call-in extension have all been checked, and there have been no calls received on this statutory public meeting. So we can hear from all those that may have requested to speak today. And again, we've had no delegations wish to speak on this item. So we're now going to move on to questions. And once we're through questions, we will place the motion on the floor and move to debate and comments. But I do remind members of council that today this item is before us only for receipt, and we are to refer this report back to staff. Following today's public meeting, staff will report back with a subsequent review and a recommendation. So we're now going to move to questions of the consultant from members of council. And giving a long pause while people are thinking about it. I see no members of council that are wishing to ask questions. So thank you very much for staying on the line, Andrew. And if you wouldn't mind just sort of staying aside, just in case there's any further questions that come up. Thank you very much.
Of course, thank you.
So I'll now move to questions of our staff from members of council. And I see none, so thank you very much. We will now move to put the motion on the floor. So Councillor Adshade, I believe you have this motion. I see you've unmuted, so thanks very much. Please go ahead and read it in its entirety.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have this recommendation. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Wolf. That report 21-226 CD, public meeting report 40 Albert Street zoning bylaw amendment, Kelly DaCosta, CO Ron Rogan be received. And that application R04-21 for 40 Albert Street be referred back to staff for a subsequent report and staff recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Adshade. So I'll now turn to members of council to see if there's any questions for staff. Seeing none, we'll move forward with any comments. Does council have any comments? And seeing none, I just wanted to say thank you to our staff, Michael Campos, as well as the applicant for being here to answer any potential questions. And I would just note that I'm sure that the community was pleased once the demolition of the burn building was down, and we were able to move ahead with this building of a new place on that property. I think it's a relief for the residents. So seeing no further comments, I will now ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Urmeta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. And just one moment. Thank you. And just in the interest of looking to our agenda, members of council, we had promised a break at noon and we're just after that. However, with a late start, we're just going to get going with the next item and then break for lunch just after that. So we'll move ahead now with the third statutory public meeting. And that is 5.3 21-251 CD Public Meeting Report, IP Park Phase 1, Intermarket CAM Limited. Again, we're going to hear from staff first, then the consultants, and then move to any delegations, followed by anyone who wishes to call into this item. So again, I'll remind council members just to hold off on questions until we've heard from the staff, the consultant, as well as any delegations before we ask questions. So today we'll begin with a presentation from Kathy Paget, our Senior Planner of Environment, who will provide an overview for the report. Kathy, I see you've already unmuted. Please begin. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
It's up now, and just remind the clerk when you would like the slides advanced. Thank you, Kathy.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Council, senior staff, and members of the public. This is a public meeting under the Planning Act for the IP Park Phase 1 Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment. Next slide, please. The purpose of this meeting is to introduce the proposed application. Notice of this public meeting was given in accordance with the Planning Act. Interested parties are encouraged to contact me at the email address provided if they'd like to receive future notification regarding this proposal. Next slide, please. This application is at the public meeting stage. After today's meeting, staff will continue to review the file and consider any comments from council, agencies, and the public to bring back a recommendation report for council consideration. Next slide, please. The subject lands are currently vacant and are located on Boychuk Drive, which is located south of Allendale Road and Riverbank Drive, west of Maple Grove Road, and north of the railway corridor and Highway 8. Next slide, please. There are 3 components to this application. The first component is specific to the parcel labeled 155 Boychuk Drive, south of Boychuk Drive, identified by the blue arrow. The applicant is proposing outdoor storage be permitted behind the established building line of future buildings, and a solid fence, wall, or berm 2.5 meters in height be erected along the western property boundary. This proposal was brought forward at a public meeting in July 2021, and since then the proposed outdoor storage area has been reduced to not include the adjacent triangular block to the west based on feedback received from the public. It should be noted that all comments received from the previous public meeting will be included in a future recommendation report. Official plan and zoning bylaw amendments are proposed to permit outdoor storage. Next slide, please. The second component to this application was not included in the previous application that went to a public meeting. The applicant is also proposing to remove the maximum gross floor areas for the Phase 1A lands identified in red on the figure. Boychuk Drive was initially planned as a cul-de-sac with a single access and has since been extended as a through road to Maple Grove Road with a second means of access. A zoning bylaw amendment is proposed to remove the gross floor area maximums. Next slide, please. The third component to this application requests to remove the H1 holding zone on the Phase 1B lands identified in green on the figure. It should be noted that the removal of a holding zone is not required to be brought forward to a public meeting, but for ease of reference, the application is being brought forward in its entirety. The H1 holding zone is conditional upon the applicant constructing a second municipal public-owned right-of-way constructed to full municipal standards and connected to the collector road network. Next slide, please. The lands are currently designated an employment corridor, which does not permit outdoor storage. An official plan amendment has been requested to permit outdoor storage. The lands are currently zoned M1 with site-specific zoning to permit additional uses such as data centers, offices, and general industrial uses. A zoning bylaw amendment has been requested to permit outdoor storage and to remove the GFA maximums and the H1 holding zone. Next slide, please. With respect to the outdoor storage component, the applicant has included a visual impact analysis as part of the submission, and staff will review this information as part of a future recommendation report. Next slide, please. The following considerations will be evaluated in a future recommendation report: visual impacts of the proposed outdoor storage, appropriateness of the proposed changes to the zoning regulations, and public agency and councillor input. Next slide, please. The recommendation being made today is for this report to be referred back to staff for a subsequent report and recommendation. Next slide, please. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Kathy. I think, as I said, we'll hold off on questions for now, and we're now going to take a moment to bring in Mark Kinderchuk and Peter Markeen of Intermarket Properties.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, hello, Mark. It's Mayor McGarry. It's great to have you with us. Thank you for coming in. So I see a presentation is already up on the screen. So just let the clerk know when you're ready to advance your slides, and please begin. Welcome, Mark.
Sure, thank you. Thank you for having us make this presentation. I'll make this quick because we've done this, I think, before in terms of explaining the interest in getting outdoor storage. But again, this property that we have, which we call our Phase 1A South, it's buffered from the highway by an esker, which is that outcropping of dirt and fill covered with trees. So you can't see it literally from Highway 8. And we initially had outdoor storage on that parcel that's been defined as the triangle block. After discussions with the adjacent landowner and the city staff, we took that zoning designation off that piece. And so it makes it a lot easier, frankly, to understand there'll be no visibility to this. Our interest, frankly, is to back onto a railway corridor with potential outdoor storage because we've been approached by a number of local companies interested in this aspect. So we are literally just reacting to the marketplace. So that is essentially this slide. If you could go to the next slide. This shows the view from the highway even higher than you would be in a car. And you can see even without the leaves on the trees, you really can't see these buildings that we talked about. If you could go to the next slide, please. Again, this is an image that would be higher than the view plane from a car. And you can see even with the leaves off the trees and such, you can't see it. And this is a snapshot. When you're doing 100 kilometers an hour, you've got probably half a second to turn your head and see. What we just see here is essentially the trees and the esker. Next slide, please. Similarly, this is going into Kitchener-Waterloo area from Highway 8. And you can see the esker is the big mound of dirt, and the trees on it, you can't see anything past the esker. Next slide, please. And then this is from Maple Grove. You've got vegetation, and you won't see anything from this angle as well. Next slide, please. This is the entrance that will be rebuilt. Our understanding is next year from King Street, etc., across under the railway line. And you can see the low elevation. And from this angle, you will not see, frankly, the edges of the property that we're talking about. Next slide, please. And then this is really just a summary of the views that we looked at and the buildings that we are proposing for that Phase 1A South. Next slide, please. I think that's it. So in summary, we're literally reacting to the marketplace from local companies that have expressed interest in it. It seems to make a lot of sense because it backs onto a very unsightly railway corridor with the CP trains being stored there. So it seems a very logical place to put outdoor storage. And there's been no issues to date with visibility to the shunting yard as well. And the property is adjacent to literally to the shunting yard. So that's really a summary of our interests, which is just a continuation of what we discussed in our last meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark, for joining us. And as I had suggested, we'll move forward to see if there's any delegations on this. So if you wouldn't mind staying close at hand, I'd appreciate that. And we'll speak to you or ask you any questions after we've heard from delegations. So just for your information, we've had no pre-registered delegation on this public meeting. So I'm now going to open the floor and ask for anybody in the public to call into the statutory public meeting 21-251 CD public meeting report IP Park Phase 1 Intermarket CAM Limited. So again, individuals wishing to speak to this item can call in by phone at 519-740-4680 extension 4799. So we'll take a 2-minute break at this point to see if anybody will call in on our first round of call out. Members of council, will you please put on your cameras? Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. We have not had any callers in on our first round during this public meeting, so we'll now move to a bit of a longer break of 5 minutes to give anyone watching the opportunity to call in and speak to 21-251 CD Public Meeting Report IP Park Phase 1 Intermarket CAM Limited. And again, I remind viewers that individuals that want to call in, please call in by phone at 519-740-4680 extension 4799. So we'll turn our mics and cameras off and have 5 minutes for anyone to call in. Thank you. Welcome back. I have confirmed with our staff that there have been no callers that have called in to speak to this statutory public meeting on the second call out. So we'll do one last round of a call out to members of public to speak to report 21-251 CD, public meeting report, IP Park Phase 1, Intermarket CAM Limited. And again, for individuals who wish to call in, the number is 519-740-4680, extension 4799. So one last 5-minute round to make sure that we have captured anyone that wanted to call in to speak to this statutory public meeting. Thank you. Well, thanks everyone and welcome back. I wanted to let you know that I've received confirmation from staff that the phone lines and any messages were checked regularly during this third and final call out. And there have been no delegations on this particular public meeting. So we'll now move on to questions. Once we're through questions, we will place a motion on the floor and move to debate and comments. But I do remind council that today this item is only before us for receipt, and we are to refer this report back to staff. Following today's public meeting, staff will report back with a subsequent report and review and recommendation. So we'll move now for members of council to any questions for the consultant on this line. And do we have Mark up in the... Mark, are you able to hear me? It's Mayor McGarry. There you are. So I'm just going to turn to Mark now to questions from councillors, and I've got one here from Councillor Reid. Go ahead, Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Mark, and it's good to hear from you again, Mark. But as this is in my ward, I want to ask a question around, there was an objection to having the outdoor storage before, and I would like to know who objected and if that has been satisfied, please.
Oh, yes, Donna. Good to see you as well. I don't really think it was an objection. Our next door neighbor, Peter Benninger, raised a couple questions about what would be visible from his property, which is adjacent. And that precipitated us to take off the open storage from that triangle parcel, which abuts him. So I believe, it was evidenced by not participating today. They're satisfied that we made the necessary adjustments to address their questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for our consultant from members of council? And I do want to take this opportunity, Mark, for coming in, presenting to us, and we'll move forward now with questions to our own staff. But thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thank you.
So now move forward to any questions of staff from members of council. And seeing none, we'll now ensure that the consultant can be dismissed. I know that Mark can follow along on the rest of this agenda item on the City of Cambridge YouTube page if he wishes. And we're now going to call for the motion. Councillor Reid, would you like the clerk to read it? It was your motion.
Yes, would the clerk please read it? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
Okay, so it's moved by Councillor Reid, seconded by Councillor Devine, that report number 21-251 CD, Public Meeting Report, IP Park Phase 1, Intermarket CAM Limited be received, and further that application OR 0821 for IP Park Phase 1, Intermarket CAM Limited be referred back to staff for a subsequent report and recommendation.
Thank you. So I'll now move to any further questions from members of council to staff. Seeing none, I can move forward now to see if there are any comments from members of council. And seeing none, I wanted to again thank our city staff as well as our applicant for their presentation and for being on hand today to answer your questions. And seeing no further comments, I'm ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Ermetta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. So thanks again for being with us today. As we mentioned earlier and as outlined in our council agenda package for today, council will now recess until 5 p.m. when we will reconvene to discuss the rest of our agenda. And for those that may not have heard at the start of the meeting, our fourth public meeting item number 5.4 on the agenda, which is 143 Elgin Street North, vacant land condominium, Shout Vision Limited, will be considered at 7 p.m. tonight. So thank you, Cambridge. Please stay safe and we'll see you at 5 p.m. Welcome back, Cambridge. Hello and welcome. My name is Catherine Nagari, Mayor of the City of Cambridge and Chair of tonight's Special Council meeting. As we continue to meet virtually due to the COVID-19 pandemic, I want to take the time again to note that today, parents with school-aged children aged 5 to 11 can now make appointments to get those school-aged children vaccinated. I know this is welcome news for so many as the weather gets cooler and we spend more time indoors. Heading into the holiday season, I did want to say that it is important that we all do our part and continue following public health advice. We're not out of the woods just yet, and I know our public health team has urged caution. The good news is that the City of Cambridge has brought back many of our signature winter events this year with Winterfest. Winterfest allows for a safe way to celebrate the season with the online market that launched yesterday. Winter illumination opens on December 1st, and then of course after that we have the New Year's Eve skate. So I'm very excited for the opportunity for all of us to celebrate following the limitations of last year, and indeed almost 2 years. So thanks to our team for working with Twin Public Health Guidelines to offer these really important key community events that we've all missed over the last little while. Also, I want to offer a huge thanks on behalf of all of City Council to the many volunteers who made the Cambridge Santa Claus Parade a reality this past weekend. It was such a great event, and seeing all of the happy, smiley kids' faces was just a tonic for so many of us. So thanks all for all the work that you've done, and to those who came out to enjoy it. I'm also very much looking forward, as we all are, to the Hespeler Santa Claus Parade in a few short weeks. It's been a difficult while for many, so let's be kind. Words and tone matter here during our meetings as we collectively work together through our new normal. I'd also like to remind everyone that as a result of physical distancing guidelines in place, in-person public attendance at special meetings of council is not currently available. However, the procedures for electronic participation during the course of an emergency allow for the public to provide written submissions to the city clerk's office in advance of the meeting for items on the agenda, and to also call in via telephone to our virtual meeting. So now we're going to move forward into our agenda. We do have one statutory public meeting this evening, and that is item number 5.4 on our agenda. Public meeting report 143 Elgin Street North, vacant land condominium, Shout Vision Limited. This item will be dealt with this evening at 7 p.m. as noticed, or as noted within the notice that was circulated to the public in advance of today's meeting. So I'll ask for your patience as we sort of move through our agenda until the 7 o'clock mark. If we're not finished at that point, we will certainly accommodate. If we have not finished our agenda by 7, we will continue to finish our agenda after the public meeting. I'm now going to ask Madam Clerk to complete a roll call of council so that we can confirm everyone's attendance as we are coming to you electronically this evening. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
Present.
Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Urmeda.
Present.
Councillor Hamilton.
Present.
Councillor Leggett will join us later. Councillor Mann.
Present.
Councillor Reid.
Present.
Councillor Wolf.
Present.
Mayor McGarry.
Present. Thank you. In addition, we're going to take a moment to welcome the staff that we have joining us. And joining us electronically, we have David Calder, our city manager. Our deputy city managers, Dave Bush, Cheryl Zonleiter, Hardy Bromberg, and Yogesh Shah. Our chief financial officer, Cheryl Ayers. Our city solicitor, Lisa Shields. Our chief planner, Lisa Prime. Our fire chief, Brian Arnold. Our director of recreation and culture, Leslie Head. We also have staff from other divisions joining us this evening, and they will join the meeting when their item is up for discussion. And clerking the meeting today, we have our Deputy City Clerk, Jennifer Shaw, and Briar Allison and Mallory Greenoff, Council Committee Services Coordinators. And thanks again to our Technology Services staff and their team, Ayesh De Silva, who's assisting with logistics for today's meeting. A reminder to members of council that the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act requires members of council to declare any direct or indirect pecuniary interest in relation to a matter under consideration. I'll turn now to members of council and ask, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? And seeing none, we'll move forward with our agenda today. First off, we're going to move on to presentations. We have Cheryl Ayers, our Chief Financial Officer, with us to provide a presentation on item number 7.1, Draft 2022 Budget and Business Plan. And Cheryl, I understand you have some good news to share with us first. Please go ahead and welcome.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor McGarry and members of council and staff. And yes, I do have some good news that I wanted to share with council this evening, and that is that we've recently been notified by the Government Finance Officers Association that the city is the recipient of the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for the second year in a row for our 2021 budget and business plan. So the GFOA award is given to governments that prepare a budget document that is of the highest quality and meets the program criteria as a policy document, financial plan, operations guide, and a communications tool. So that was great news for us.
Thank you, and I'm just going to say welcome, welcome news indeed, and congratulations to the entire team on the behalf of all of us at council, and I can see the staff also clapping. That's excellent news. Thank you so much. And you may now begin.
Thank you. Perfect. Okay, so I want to thank staff just before I get into the presentation for their efforts in preparing the 2022 budget and business plan that continues to meet the criteria of the GFOA award program. I also want to thank our city manager and deputy city managers for their leadership throughout the process, and especially my team in finance for their support to all staff and managing the process from beginning to end. I also want to acknowledge staff from clerks, corporate strategy, the project management office, and corporate communications for their contributions towards the budget and business plan that is before you today. Without everyone's collective efforts, I wouldn't be able to present a budget to you that's fiscally responsible and meets council's direction. Next slide, please. The 2022 budget has been prepared while we continue to be in the midst of a global pandemic. With the continuation of the COVID-19 pandemic, staff have remained resilient and adaptive to changing restrictions to ensure the correct balance of services are being provided to the community while managing financial sustainability. We've experienced closures, reopenings, changing restrictions on capacity limits, enforcing vaccine mandates at our facilities, all while continuing to offer high quality programming to our citizens in a healthy and safe manner, and ensuring the ongoing maintenance of our city streets and other assets. Similar to last year, we are again meeting virtually to review the city's 2022 budget, and we've planned for continued COVID-19 impacts as best we could. The draft budget includes COVID-related impacts of $2.1 million for 2022. This is from anticipated loss of revenue, investment income, and additional costs for security and greeters and personal protective equipment. These costs are offset by funding from the Safe Restart and COVID-19 recovery funding programs from the federal and provincial government, so that there is no net impact to taxpayers. With the unusual times that come with the pandemic, we are seeing inflation at rates higher than we've seen in many years. In Ontario, inflation is currently 4.9% on a year-over-year basis. And looking ahead for 2022, inflation is forecast to remain high before easing back closer to the Bank of Canada's 2% target by late 2022. The proposed budget acts as a roadmap for our ongoing recovery and focuses on initiatives which invest in our neighborhoods and recreation facilities and supports local businesses and our core areas. This will help stimulate the local economy through the creation of jobs and providing greater access to programs and services. Next slide, please. In 2021, Council approved an update to the city's strategic plan, Cambridge Connected. This community-focused plan provides a foundation for decision-making, setting priorities, and ongoing performance management in order to deliver high-quality public service. A new component of the strategic plan is a public values statement, which commits to considering and communicating public value in every aspect of our work. The 2022 budget and business plan highlights our commitment to public value through a concerted effort to bring tax and water rate increases within the rate of inflation while maintaining existing services and furthering our work towards our strategic actions. Cambridge Connected includes 13 strategic actions, which the city either leads or collaborates with others to achieve. Pages 22 to 28 of the draft budget and business plan highlights the city's work towards these 13 strategic actions. Next slide, please. To support the city's goal of fostering a community with heart where everyone belongs and is cared for, the 2022 budget and business plan includes many key initiatives that will create and activate spaces that offer things for people to do, enhance equity and inclusion efforts, and provide age-friendly services that are accessible to all. Some examples include furthering our work on the Fountain Street Soccer Complex, Preston Auditorium expansion, Recreation Complex design, furthering the Reconciliation Action Plan, implementing the Diversity Action Plan, developing an older adult strategy, and seeking an age-friendly designation by the World Health Organization. The budget and business plans also propose to repurpose an existing FTE to create an Indigenous Relations Advisor. Next slide, please. The place pillar of the city's strategic plan represents the goal of embracing and celebrating our city's unique character while enhancing spaces where people connect. To help reach this goal, the 2022 draft budget and business plan proposes to lay the foundation for future community building through phase 2 construction to support the North Cambridge Business Park and heritage character studies for the Galt Core, East Galt, and Hespeler. The budget and business plan will also enhance opportunities to enjoy built and natural heritage through the development of a Parks Master Plan and phase 1 of heritage condition assessments. Next slide, please. The third pillar of the city's goals is prosperity, to build a vibrant and resilient city where current and future generations will live well. In support of establishing our core areas as attractive destinations, we'll continue the implementation of the Core Areas Transformation Fund and financial incentive programs. The economic development strategy will help enable small businesses to succeed. And to promote and develop more transportation options, we will continue the implementation of the Cycling Master Plan and the Transportation Master Plan. Next slide, please. Also, under the prosperity goal, the city will take action to combat climate change, undertaking a carbon reduction feasibility study and green fleet strategy. Very relevant today as we emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic, we will continue to prepare for emergency prevention and recovery through continuity of operations planning and emergency response planning, among other initiatives presented on this slide. Next slide, please. Since the budget and business plan was prepared, there have been a few changes that I want to make you aware of. As you will have noticed, the draft budget and business plan proposes a tax levy increase of 2.96%. Since preparing the budget, increases to living wage and minimum wage have been announced, and these increases are expected to have an impact to the city's budget of $92,000 that have not been included in the draft budget before you. Further, through continuing review of the budget document, it was identified that the funding committed to Climate Action Waterloo Region is $60,000 for 2022, rather than the $30,000 that was included in the budget. This results in an increase to the city's original published draft budget by $30,000. The draft budget was prepared based on estimated assessment growth of 0.90%. Since budget preparation, MPAC has completed their assessment changes for the year, and assessment growth is now expected to be 0.96% for 2022. This increase to assessment growth helps to offset the tax rate increase. These changes result in a revised tax levy increase of 3.02%, which is a slight increase from the draft originally published. Next slide, please. An increase in the tax levy of 3.02% results in an annual impact of $43 for the average household, with an assessment value of $333,200. The budget includes an additional $1 million being set aside to ensure the sustainability of the city's finances. This is a result of some significant waived development charges based on only 3 planning applications received to date, as well as certain tax appeals currently before the Assessment Review Board, which may result in a refund of taxes paid. As you are aware, with these 3 development applications, we could see waived development charges totaling $16 million based on today's rates. This far exceeds the annual budgeted amount of $1.35 million and could lead to a significant deficit for the city that would need to be funded. Currently, the uncommitted balance in the rate stabilization reserve is only $8 million, which is on the low end of the recommended range of 5 to 15% of gross expenses. To work towards mitigating these financial impacts, staff have included a $1 million contribution to the rate stabilization reserve, which works out to a tax rate increase of 1.04% and represents an annual cost to the average household of $15. Aside from this major item, the remaining budget is well below inflation at 1.99%, which equates to an annual increase of $28 for the average household. Next slide, please. The operating budget is made up primarily of a few components. As noted on the previous slide, providing for waived development charges represents a 1.04% tax rate increase. Beyond that, maintaining the current level of service, otherwise known as the base budget, includes inflationary and contractual adjustments and represents a proposed tax levy increase of 1.66%. This includes rising costs due to inflation on salaries and wages and spending on utilities and other programs, net of savings realized through efficiencies and increased revenues. One-time items in the operating budget total $510,000 and have a proposed net tax levy impact of 0.53%. These include various items such as training for fire services, costs in forestry, technology costs for growth positions, and others as noted on page 35 of the budget book. Growth investments in enhancing services and supporting the growth of the community result in a net 0.07% tax rate increase. These impacts include $18,000 in net tax increment grants supporting brownfield developments in the city's cores and various new growth positions that have been identified as priorities to deliver services and programs. To help fund these growth positions, an additional $1 million in gapping savings has been incorporated into the budget based on a review of historic actual salary wage savings resulting from employee turnover. Impacts from capital represent a 0.68% tax rate increase. These include items such as debt charges for the Preston Auditorium expansion, the final year of impacts resulting from Fire Station 6, technology-related costs, and growth equipment. As mentioned previously, assessment growth of 0.96% for 2022 offsets tax rate increases, in particular towards growth and impacts from capital that support the growth of the city. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared an operating budget forecast with projections for the next 3 years. Some of the significant impacts are inflationary increases to maintain existing levels of service, which are forecasted to increase between 1.72 and 2.27% annually over the coming 3 years. In addition to the inflationary increases, impacts from capital are projected to range between 1.9% to 2.77% over the coming 3 years. A significant portion of this is driven by debt charges, which are projected to have a total tax rate impact of 2.94% over the next 3 years. Next slide, please. You'll remember this slide from the debt workshop that we held on November 2nd. As a reminder, the issuance of the debt included in the draft budget over the coming years will impact the city's annual debt repayment limit calculation, which is currently about 3.3% of our own source revenues. As the city issues more debt, this will rise to a peak of approximately 9.6% by 2026. While this is within the limit of 10% set out in the city's policy and the provincial limit of 25%, it's also important to consider the impact this has on the city's tax levy and Cambridge's affordability, particularly relative to our neighboring counterparts in Kitchener and Waterloo, which are forecasting to reduce their tax-supported debt in the coming years based on information from their 2021 budgets. Next slide, please. The 2022 water utility budget includes gross expenditures of $73.2 million. The average annual household water utility bill, including both water and sewer, is $1,219, which is based on average consumption of 204 cubic meters. Following a year with a 0% net increase, the water utility budget represents a proposed annual increase of $29 or 2.39%, which is well below the projection of 3.9% as predicted in the approved long-range financial plan. Staff have accounted for efficiencies in inflow and in infiltration targets and adjusted capital reserve contributions to achieve a rate increase which is much lower than originally forecast. Next slide, please. A multi-year budget has also been prepared for the water utility for the next 3 years. The forecast for each year is at or below the projections that were approved in the long-range financial plan for water and wastewater. Next slide, please. The city's capital investment plan for 2022 totals $66.6 million across 77 projects. The two most significant categories in the capital budget are maintaining our linear infrastructure in a good state of repair, which includes our roads, water, sewer, and storm systems, and growth-related linear infrastructure, which is the build-out of these assets to support growth and intensification in the city. These linear infrastructure assets account for 80% of the total city assets, which is why it tends to represent the largest portion of the capital budget. The capital plan also includes $12.5 million in 2022 for various strategic initiatives, which I've outlined earlier in the presentation. The 2022 capital budget includes 2 multi-year projects where approval of the project budget is required in order to award construction contracts, but the funding will be dispersed over a 2-year period. This includes Riverside Dam with $7.6 million of debt financing in 2022, and an additional $7.6 million of debt financing pre-committed for 2023. And Dundas Street Phase 2 reconstruction from Hustler to Shade, which is a project coordinated with the region and includes $3.4 million in 2022 and an additional $0.6 million pre-committed for 2023. Next slide, please. The proposed 2022 capital projects are funded through various reserve funds and other revenue sources. The city's capital investment plan includes significant investment towards growth and intensification, which is primarily paid by development charges. The amount of development charge funding required exceeds what the city has collected in the development charge reserve funds. Therefore, the city will be required to borrow $16.6 million until development charges are collected from future growth to repay the principal and interest payments on this debt. This is reflected in the growth debt funding category on this slide. The draft capital budget also proposes tax-supported debt financing of $7.6 million in 2022 and pre-committed debt financing of an additional $7.6 million in 2023 for Riverside Dam Renewal Project that I mentioned on the previous slide. The remaining funding sources are as shown on this slide and in the budget document. Next slide, please. The 2022 to 2031 capital investment plan proposes an investment of $590 million to be funded from various funding sources. The 2023 year shows a significant jump in the forecast amount, mainly as a result of the recreation complex that's included in that year. This single project with a budget of $60.5 million is more than the average capital program at $60.2 million based on the past 4-year period. Due to limited funding, the city is also not able to fund all projects as identified by staff. The city has established a capital project prioritization model that determines which projects are highest priority for funding through the budget process. Based on priority rankings assigned, the projects listed on pages 228 to 229 of the budget book remain unfunded and have not been included in the capital budget and forecast. These unfunded projects total $38.2 million, which is substantially more than the unfunded amount of $6.4 million that was included in last year's budget. The increase in unfunded projects highlights 2 main challenges facing the city. First, through the city's asset management plan, we know there's an infrastructure gap of $92 million, even after accounting for the planned debt in our forecast. As projects become more critical and average asset conditions continue to deteriorate, unless we provide additional funding to accommodate these capital infrastructure needs, our unfunded projects will continue to grow. To help alleviate this financial risk and deterioration of service levels to residents, many municipalities have implemented a dedicated infrastructure levy, or also known as a special capital levy, that's used to fund the rehabilitation of existing assets. This may be an area that council could direct staff to investigate implementing for future budgets. The second challenge is that in some cases, the scope of work on certain capital projects and their associated budgets has increased in such a short time frame that we haven't had enough time to plan for the financial resources required for the projects. This was highlighted in the debt presentation I provided to council on November 2nd. And it's creating challenges in funding not only those specific projects discussed, but is also limiting the financial resources available for other projects. As mentioned during the debt workshop, we'll need to manage wants, needs, and expectations as we consider the 2022 budget and key projects. Not only those that are recommended to be funded from debt, but all projects, since there is an overall limited funding available. Next slide, please. Similar to last year, we're presenting the budget to you today and then allowing time for you to review the information and ask questions of staff. Throughout the remainder of the week, there are Q&A meetings set up for councillors to drop in virtually and meet with staff to answer your questions. The city manager, deputy city managers, and finance staff will all be available at these meetings to answer all your questions. Clerk staff will also be taking notes of all questions asked at these meetings to provide a Q&A document to council and the public before the next budget meeting. In addition to these meetings, I would encourage members of council to reach out to staff at any time over the next couple of weeks to ask any questions that you have. Members of the public can register to be a delegate at the public delegation meetings planned for December 2nd from 9:30 to 2 and reconvening at 5 p.m. After hearing from delegates, we will begin discussions and deliberations on the budget. By this point, it's anticipated that you will have had opportunities to meet with staff to answer all your questions, so that this meeting will be for any final comments that you have on the budget and requests that you would like to make to remove items from or add to the budget. Additional meetings have also been arranged on December 7th and 9th in the event that discussions go beyond the first meetings planned for December 2nd. And next slide, please. The 2022 budget and business plan represents staff's work on developing plans to further our work towards meeting our strategic plan, Cambridge Connected. I want to thank you for your time in reviewing the budget and business plan, and I look forward to continuing the conversations through the Q&A and budget deliberations in the coming days. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Cheryl, for such a well put together and informative presentation. So we'll now move to questions from Council. And just a reminder to Council that this item is going to be debated, as Ms. Ayres has said, at the December 2nd and potentially the 7th and 9th special council budget meetings as well. But I will move forward to see if there's questions for staff. Deputy Mayor Mann, please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. And I know that there will be opportunity throughout the rest of the week and next week to ask questions of staff in relation to the budget. But I wanted to take the opportunity, and it's not a question, it's just going to be a comment. I do want to take the opportunity to congratulate staff on, again, receiving this distinguished budget presentation award. That's something to be very proud of in the work that you do and the effort and the time and commitment that goes into the preparation of our budget. And when I went through the budget, I found that it was a very easy document to read. And I really appreciate that because it has so much information in it, and you present it in such a way that it is easy for council to review and to digest and to come up with questions in relation to it. And I think that's really important for us. And again, thank you for making it that easy for us to review. I know that many people have been involved in the preparation of the budget, and there's been a considerable amount of work that's gone into it to make it in the form that it is for both council and for the public to take a look at. And again, that makes it so much easier for us as we review it and develop the questions that we want to ask during those sessions that we have. And again, I just want to say thank you for the work that you've put into it, because it does make the process that much easier for us and prepares us for those meetings that we have coming up in the future. So again, thank you to all staff and for your leadership, Cheryl, in putting this together. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll turn next to Councillor Wolf. Go ahead, Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I just wanted to echo Councillor Mann's comments. I'll save my questions for our time with staff, but just the way that it's presented is such an improvement over, I've been a councillor since 2006, and I really like the way it's presented, and things that we really need are included in the budget, that we don't have to fight for each one over 5 days. It's if we need staff, the staff are there and part of the budget. And just like to thank Cheryl and your team for the format of the budget and for giving us a comprehensive budget to start with, a reasonable increase, and again, so much easier to work with, and thank you again.
Thank you. Further questions or comments? Seeing none, I also wanted to echo Councillor Mann's as well as Councillor Wolf's comments. And I think for those that are watching, it is, it's a huge document. I think I was going to weigh it at one time, but I haven't yet. But what makes it easy is also the tabs on the different sections, so that when we get questions or queries from our constituents as we're going through the budget process, it's pretty easy to locate the tab and flip it open, even as we're talking to somebody. And that makes such a difference instead of wading through the charts and starts of numbers that I think the budget used to look like. And I think it's a document to be proud of, and it certainly has been a staple and sits on our desks all year. So I really, again, want to thank you. It's been a challenging time. I talk to my colleagues all across the province. Budget time is always sort of a time to pause and reflect and ensure that we're following through on the public's priorities, as well as the strategic direction. I would say the strategic plan that we're all very proud of and this budget align very closely. And again, it is really through the work of all of our staff across all sectors in our city that have made this happen. So seeing no further questions or comments, I think we'll then move on to the rest of our agenda. Our first item for consideration this evening is the consent agenda. So please note that if a member of council wishes to comment on any of the consent items, please let us know by using your raise hand feature. And in the interest of time, we will look to vote on the consent procedure in a block. But if you do wish to comment, you're welcome to do so. And Councillor Wolf, I see your hand up. I'm just wondering, did you want to speak before we put the motion on the floor?
I can wait. I just had a comment on one of the items, that's all.
Okay, you leave your hand up and I'll get Councillor Urmeta to put the motion on the floor, and then I'll come to you first. Councillor Urmeta, you've got the motion. Will you please read it in its entirety?
Thank you, Your Worship, Madam Chair. I'd like to get Madam Clerk to read it, please. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll look to Madam Clerk, who's always off in this direction, and she's ready to go. Thank you.
So it's moved by Councillor Urmeta, seconded by Councillor Wolf, that all items listed under the heading of consent agenda for November 23rd, 2021, council agenda be adopted as recommended. Item 8.1, Special Council Minutes, November 9th, 2021. 8.2, Special Council Workshop Minutes, November 2nd, 2021. 8.3, Council Information Package, November 12th, 2021. 8.4, Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee Minutes, July 15th and September 16th, 2021. 8.5, Youth Advisory Committee Minutes, October 14th, 2021. 8.6, Report 21-281 CD 51 Sparrow Avenue, Exemption to Part Lot Control, Cambridge Main Street Development Limited Partnership. 8.7, Report 21-284 CD Bylaw to designate 1261 Dundas Street South under the Ontario Heritage Act. 8.8, Report 21-300 CD 64, 66, 68, and 70 Hilldale Drive, extension to Part Law Control Bylaw Norwich West Inc. 8.9, Report 21-317 CRS A//00924-40 for Microsoft Office 365 migration. 8.10, Report 21-306 CRS, supply and delivery of 2 battery electric ice resurfacers. And 8.11, Report 21-315 CD, December 1st, 2021, indexing of development charges.
Thank you very much. So at this time, we'll start off with comments. Councillor Wolf, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I wanted to comment on 8.10, supply and delivery of 2 battery electric ice resurfaces. And I would just like to say how pleased I am that we are transitioning from conventional fossil fuel power to electric battery power to reduce our carbon footprint and promote clean air emissions. I also note that this company is relatively local in Elmira, and when they were announcing this on CBC, I was proud that Cambridge was the first city in the area to have one, And now we're buying 2, and I don't think Kitchener or any other of the cities are doing as well. I think the first one they're buying is in 2023. So I was very proud to be from Cambridge yesterday. Thanks. Well, and today.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wolf, and I would certainly echo that. I think we punch well above our weight here in Cambridge, and that's another example. I'm going to just remind council members that they can pull any items from the consent agenda. So I did forget to ask that. So is there anybody that wishes to pull any of the items? And seeing none, are there any further comments on any of the consent agenda items that we've just listed? And seeing none, I think we're ready for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Ermeda.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. We're now going to move into consideration of reports. And up first is agenda item 9.1, 21-325 CRS FP 021-96 pumper fire trucks. This item was deferred from the November 9th, 2021 special council meeting. Councillor Mann, you have the motion. Will you please read it in its entirety, and then we'll go to questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, it's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Adshade, that report 21-325 CRS FP 021-96 pumper fire trucks be received, and that Council adopt option B as outlined in the financial impact section of this report, and that Council pre-approve a 2022 capital project budget of $1,050,655 to be funded from the Equipment Reserve Fund Fire, and that Council pre-approve a 2023 capital project budget of $1,050,655 to be funded from the Equipment Reserve Fund Fire, and that Council approve the transfers to and from the reserve funds as outlined in the financial impact section of this report. And further, that Council approve option B as outlined in the report for the award of hybrid pumper fire trucks to Commercial Truck Equipment Company of Delta, BC for the total cost of $1,543,996 US, this being part of a cooperative purchasing program.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? And I do note that we have Chief Arnold with us. Councillor Reid, you have a question? Please go ahead.
My question is, and I think I know the answer, but I want to ensure that I do. This is capital funding, but this is a separate fund from what we are having as our debt in the capital funding. This is coming from one that is for fire only. Am I correct in my thinking?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, that is correct. It's a separate reserve fund that we set aside money for the purchase of fire equipment that we'll be drawing from for the purchases.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Mad, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, just a couple of questions, and I know Chief Arnold is there, and I wonder if you could just help me out with this. As far as the condition of the 2 pumpers that are being replaced, I wondered what kind of mileage is on them, the number of hours that are on them, and what kind of condition the vehicles are in from an operational standpoint is concerned. And I wonder if Chief Arnold could just elaborate on that for me.
Through you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Mann, for the question. The first pumper, I'll call it pumper, they're both out of the Hespeler station. Pumper 32 is a 2008 American of France. Its odometer reads 151,000 kilometers. Engine hours 7,200. Pumper 37, which is the reserve vehicle in that same station, also 2008 American of France. Its odometer reads 178,000 kilometers, engine hours 8,700. Both pumper 32 and 37, in terms of overall condition, are very poor, I would say. Very difficult to say which one is in better condition than the other at this point. The trucks were in production when American and France filed for bankruptcy protection. It's my understanding that the city chose to continue with their build as the chassis had already been prepaid. It was decided at that time to wait patiently and have the trucks completed and their build and the products delivered to us. But from the time of delivery, we haven't received any support from that company as it went into bankruptcy. In terms of the specific condition, there are some significant problems currently with pumper 32, that frontline vehicle. The cab roof, the skin of it has separated from the internal cab. And this allows moisture and water to leak through into the roof, and it can affect the electronic components within the cab. We do try to keep it sealed and keep the water out, but it's an ongoing battle. What else can I say? Pumper 30s, both steering columns of 37 and 32, they have received damage in the past, and we couldn't get replacement parts for those articulating or tilting steering columns. They are now bolted to the floor as the only solution that we could find to keep those vehicles operating. So there's a host of issues with their reliability. When they do go in for service, they're taken out of service for longer periods of time because it takes longer either to source parts from other fire departments or suppliers that may happen to have a reserve, or we have to fabricate the parts to keep them in service.
Thank you, Chief Arnold, and that gives a much better and in-depth review of the status or the state of the vehicles. And certainly you've had no support from the manufacturer since the day they arrived. If the manufacturer went into bankruptcy, and to do the repairs that you've had to do yourself without any support is certainly difficult. And I appreciate that review of the status and the hours and the mileage on those vehicles. Thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll move next to Councillor Devine. Councillor Devine, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. With the purchase of these two vehicles, I mean, obviously, one is right into the 2023 budget. What kind of shape is the reserve fund going to be in after we purchase these? Can anybody tell me that?
Yeah, I'll switch to whoever's unmuting first. I think Ms. Ayers is setting up for that, so just give her a moment.
Thank you.
I don't have the amount right in front of me, but I can confirm that the reserve is not going into a deficit balance by any means. That's something that I would have to look into and get an answer back for you, Councillor Devine. Sorry, I don't have that right now.
No, it's fine. I appreciate that, because we don't want to deplete the reserve fund for future concerns. Now, these trucks are being made in Canada, which is great. That's awesome. The company in BC that's doing the build, how long have they been in business? Do we have any idea?
Chief Arnold.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, I don't have the information for the number of years the company has been in business. I will state, however, that primarily the construction is in Wisconsin.
Okay, are we aware if this company is financially stable?
Yes, they are. And the manufacturer is Pierce Manufacturing Limited, and they've been in business for a number of years, and they are one of the more reputable companies in the industry.
Okay, thank you. And what are we doing with, once the new units come in, what are we doing with the old ones?
Through your worship, to Councillor Devine, thank you very much. The plan is to hold on to the reserve American LaFrance and use it for parts as we move the frontline American LaFrance into reserve status. It will still need to be operational, and so the plan is to hold on to that backup vehicle that is being taken out of service, and rather than selling it, we're going to use it ourselves to scavenge parts from.
And how many American LaFrance trucks do we have in our fleet?
As of yesterday, we put the new aerial into service at Station 4 in Galt. So we took one of the reserve American LaFrance aerials out of service. It was a 2001 vehicle. So that now leaves the 2 pumpers in Hespeler, and I believe our hazardous materials truck is a American LaFrance, but it does not have any pumping capability on it.
So how many American LaFrance trucks is in the fleet?
There are currently 3.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. We'll move forward next to Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I just have 2 quick questions. The first one, I suppose, is about on page 150, it talks about a 7.5% increase in costs as of January 1st, 2022, and then again another 7.5% increase in January 2023. I was just wondering where that 7.5% is coming from, because typically, prices fluctuate depending on supply chains, inflation rates, which are typically fairly unpredictable. So just wondering where that 7.5 number, which seems pretty solid, where is that coming from exactly?
Through your worship, to Councillor Hamilton, thank you for the question. Pierce Manufacturing and the vendor who we are awarding the contract to, they have given us, and all municipalities and across the board, 7 to 8% flat increase over the next couple of years. They are stating that they are facing supply chain management issues. Their own original equipment manufacturers who supply them are running into difficulties sourcing raw materials, and so they are increasing the pricing that they are supplying to Pierce Manufacturing.
Thank you, Chief Arnold. That does explain where some of those numbers are coming from, so appreciate it. And Your Worship, I just have one more question, if I may.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. And this just had to do with the exact nature of the hybrid technology of the truck, because I know there are different types of hybrid technologies. There's different specifications in terms of how much fuel is consumed, distance covered, and I know this is for the purchase of pumper fire trucks with hybrid technology. But what exactly is that technology, and how exactly does it differ from option A, which is kind of the normal, you could say, truck?
Through your worship, to Councillor Hamilton, where it differs is that normally when you are pulling out a station, you're operating on the diesel engine, and when you are responding to the call, it is on diesel power, and we use the lead acid batteries to start up the engines in the station. Once we get to the scene of the emergency, let's say we are dealing with a house fire, we only require 1 pump to be operating, one of the several vehicles to be running a pump with hose lines and supplying fire flow. That particular truck will remain on diesel power. The other vehicles, however, when they show up at the scene, it could be a medical call, it could be a house fire, they're going to be idling. So rather than idling on diesel, they're going to be reducing the idle time, and it will automatically activate and switch over to the lithium-ion batteries that are within the truck. And that idle reduction can be significant to reduction of greenhouse gases and reduction of the fuel consumption and reduction of the byproducts of combustion from the diesel particulate, which are hazardous to the firefighters on the scene.
Oh, thank you. That's very helpful. I know that when any type of combustion engine is idling, and especially in an enclosed space, you don't want to be breathing in those particulates, especially if it's somewhere out in the community. So thank you very much, Chief Arnold, and Your Worship. That's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just really wanted to echo, I was sort of going to be asking a question along Councillor Hamilton's line, but I was pretty excited to see that these are hybrid pumper trucks. As we all know, transportation is one of the causes of greenhouse gas emissions. So bringing forward, as you've just stated, a vehicle that's going to decrease some of the greenhouse gas emissions into the air is certainly certainly welcomed by, I think, council and the community. That really does help us to be more compliant in our environmental sustainability goals and to reduce the emissions everywhere we can. So thanks very much for your work on this.
My pleasure, Your Worship.
So seeing no further comments, I'm going to now call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. Our next item on the agenda is number 9.3.1, 21-285 CD bylaw to designate 22 to 24 Shade Street under the Ontario Heritage Act. Councillor Wolf, you have the motion. Will you please read it in its entirety?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hamilton, that report 21-285 CD bylaw to designate 22-24 Shade Street under the Ontario Heritage Act be received, and that the bylaw attached as Appendix A to report 21-285 CD be passed. And speaking to the motion.
Go ahead.
I'm just very pleased that this building is going to be designated. And I'll just read a little section from the report so the public understands why we're designating it. This building at 2224 Shade Street meets the criteria for designation outlined by regulation under the Ontario Heritage Act. It has design or physical value as a rare example of a style and material due to its use of red and white bricks laid in a Flemish bond pattern. It is also valued because of its high level of craftsmanship. The property has contextual value due to its historical links to the industrial past of Shade Street, and because it supports the 19th and early 20th century vernacular residential character of the area. So when you're walking past this house, take a good look at those red and white bricks. It's really quite unique in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. And I note that our heritage planner has joined us, Abraham Plunkett-Latimer. I'm just wondering if there's any questions at this particular time to staff. And I actually have one since I don't see any other hands. I know that Councillor Wolf read out the fact that this is a very unique building. I'd have to say I was in this building probably 25 years ago, and I was able to sort of see the inside of the house with the residents there, but really admired the brickwork. And I was wondering if Mr. Plunkett-Latimer might just explain to us what a Flemish bond pattern is, since it's so unique.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. The pattern is really about the pattern of bricks that are laid with bricks sort of laid horizontally like this. So one brick laid like this, and then the brick on top like this at a perpendicular angle. So that's the Flemish bond pattern. And what makes this structure so unique is the mix of red bricks and the buff or yellow bricks laid in that pattern. And even Flemish bond pattern is pretty unusual in Cambridge in itself as well.
Thank you very much. Really is a spectacular looking building. Seeing no further questions, are there any further comments from members of council? Seeing none, we're ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade,
In favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Urmeta,
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Mann,
In favor.
Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. Next on our agenda, we have item number 9.3.2, 21-311 CD, request to waive community holding fee and introduction of community rental room rate. Councillor Urmeta, I believe you have this motion. Will you please read it in its entirety?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, Your Worship. Can I get Madam Clerk to read it? Thank you.
So
Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Urmeta, seconded by Councillor Reid, that report 21-311 CD, request to waive community holding fees and approval of community group rental rate be received. And that as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic impacts, council approved waiving the community holding fee on all applicable rentals until 2022, as outlined in this report, and that any community holding fees already received during the 2020 to 2021 rental period be returned to those applicable community groups. And further, that council approve the implementation of a new community group rental rate and approval criteria as part of the municipal fees and charges bylaw.
Thank you very much. I will now ask members of council to see if they have any questions for staff. And seeing none, do council have any comments to make at this time? And seeing none, I did want to thank Leslie Head and her team for bringing this forward and this report. I think it's been very helpful to our community groups, and many of our not-for-profits and many of our groups missed out on being able to sort of host their meetings and to be able to move ahead. It's been a very difficult year for all, year and a half during the pandemic for really all of our community. So I think this will be very much appreciated by our user groups in the future. So thanks again for your work. And seeing no further comment, we're ready for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade,
In favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Urmeta,
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Mann,
In favor.
Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. Just give me one moment. Thank you. I'm just sorting out the agenda simply because we've got some time to continue with other business and before we do our statutory public meeting. So does any other member of council have any other business for discussion? Seeing none, we'll move ahead. I note that Councillor Liggett has joined us. Good evening, Councillor Liggett. Just wondering, my usual question, do you have any direct or indirect pecuniary interest items to declare?
No, I don't.
Thank you. So this evening we do have one motion from Councillor Wolf that we will vote on. Notice of this motion was previously provided at the November 9th, 2021 Special Council meeting. We have received one delegation for this item, and that is Tracy Bartlett. So we'll move ahead and bring Tracy in to speak to this item. Tracy, it's Mayor McGarry. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
And we can hear you too. So just give me a moment. I just wanted you to know that we're thankful for you joining us to speak to this item this evening, and a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item you're speaking to, that your remarks are respectful, and that you refrain from asking questions of council. If your item doesn't relate directly to the topic before council, we may have to ask you to end your remarks early. So I will advise you when your 5 minutes is up, but you will hear a bell at the 4-minute mark, and that'll sort of give you a reasonable amount of time to wrap up within that final minute. And Tracy, sometimes members of council have questions of clarity for your presentation. So if you wouldn't mind just staying on the line, I'll help you to guide through that process.
Perfect.
So welcome, and please begin.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, councillors, city staff, and members of the public. My name is Tracy Bartlett, and I live at 114 Delavan Drive in Cambridge. I am speaking in favor of motion 12.1. Thank you for allowing me to present to you this evening. As you know from the motion that Councillor Wolf has offered, the CBM Dance Pit has submitted their license application to expand their operations from their existing location into the farmer's field that is right behind our homes. We are opposing this expansion for the following reasons. With the current location of the pit, we experience many adverse effects from the pit that are harmful for our health and well-being daily, from Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., the current operating hours for the dance pit. The noise from the existing location is very loud and makes it difficult for us to be in our yards. CBM defends themselves by saying the noise is coming from the Hanson pit, which is adjacent to the CBM pit. Those of us who back onto this field can tell where the noise is coming from, and it is not always from the Hanson pit. Most mornings we are woken up with noise coming from the pit prior to the 7 a.m. start time, and this is with the windows closed. We know we cannot have the windows open at night to let fresh air in unless we will be awake early enough to close them before the noise starts in the morning. Neighbors that work night shifts cannot sleep during the day because of the noise. CBM has been known to work some Saturdays, which they cannot do without permission from the Township of North Dumfries. The Mayor of North Dumfries has assured us that she has not given them permission to work weekends in a long time, but we have heard them recently working on Saturdays. Some of us experience vibration from the existing pit where glasses in our cupboards will rattle and shake. The dust in the air that comes from the pit and the road leading into the pit area, as well as from the other 15 or more active pits to the north to northwest of our residences, is astounding. Those of us that back onto the farmer's field experience a lot of dust and dirt on outdoor furniture, door and window sills, and other exposed surfaces in our backyards, and to a smaller extent, the front of our houses. With windows closed, we can dust our indoor furniture, and within a half an hour, need to dust again. It is fine enough that it gets into our homes through our window seals and vents. It is so bad that during the day, Monday to Friday, we cannot open our windows in the back of the house to let fresh air in. We also cannot sit and enjoy our backyards during the week. CBM tells us there is more dirt in the air because the farmer works the field. That would be true when they are plowing the field, but not on a regular day. The Region of Waterloo's official plan requires that rezoning applications for major facilities include a study of dust specifying that the proposed operation will not have adverse effects on nearby sensitive receptors. The region further requires that this study must take into account the potential cumulative impacts from nearby sources. The provincial policy statement, which governs land use planning in Ontario, states that major facilities and sensitive land uses shall be planned and developed to avoid or minimize and mitigate adverse effects. CBM's study report does not meet these requirements. It did not include any measurements of dust levels near our residences. Furthermore, it only considered their 2 pits, Dance and Dabrowski and the Hanson pit, and ignored the other 15 or so other active pits and busy dusty roads within 3 miles of our neighborhood. The smaller dust particles referred to as PM 2.5 persist, accumulate, and travel in the atmosphere for a significant time and distance. PM 2.5 is associated with short-term impacts on sensitive people, asthmatics, the young and the elderly, and reduced life expectancy, according to a 2021 report from Health Canada. These factors are dangerous to our health from the perspective of what we are inhaling, the lack of sleep that we suffer from, and the stress and anxiety that having the pit in the existing location creates. Allowing CBM to expand within 200 feet of our property lines will make these factors even more unbearable for us. Councillor Wolf has referenced in her motion a deed to the land that states that the proposed expansion area is to remain agricultural. The residents were told when they moved in that there would be no expansion of the existing dance pit. It would never come any closer to their properties than where it was at that time. They were told that the farmer's field would remain agricultural and would be farmed. This agreement attached to the land in question was a vital component in the decision-making process of planning and developing the neighborhoods we live in today. Because of all the factors that I have stated to you and the deed to the land agreement, we are respectfully requesting that you support our opposition of this expansion and ask the ministry to uphold and honor the agreement that was made for the proposed expansion parcel of land. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy, and you're left a few seconds on the floor, so thank you very much for your attention to time. I'm going to now move to members of council to see if there's any questions of clarity for you.
Thank you.
And seeing none, I really want to thank you again for giving us your time this evening and presenting on this item to council. You can continue to follow along with this item if you so wish on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And we'll now move to place the item on the floor. Councillor Wolf, do you have a seconder for your motion? Councillor Mann? And would you like to read it? Would you like Madam Clerk to read it?
I would like Madam Clerk to read it, please.
All right. Madam Clerk?
Long one. Whereas CBM Aggregates has applied for an expansion of the dance pit located on the south side of Cedar Creek Road, Regional Road 97, in close proximity to the City of Cambridge and Township of North Dumfries boundary under the Aggregate Resources Act to the Ministry of Northern Development, Mines, Natural Resources and Forestry. And whereas the existing pit, which borders Cambridge and North Dumfries, is controlled by CBM Aggregates and is approximately 74 hectares, or 182 acres in area, the westerly portion being approximately 45 hectares or 111 acres in area, is currently zoned and licensed for aggregate extraction. It is within the remaining 29 hectares or 71 acres along the easterly portion of the land holding that CBM seeks to secure the approvals to modify their license and expand the aggregate operation at the dance pit location. And whereas the expansion lands adjacent to the Cambridge and North Dumfries boundary are presently under active agricultural cultivation, and to the east of the CBM land holding is the City of Cambridge and a long-established residential neighborhood. And whereas the health and wellness of the Cambridge residents that back onto the proposed expansion for the dance pit are of concern to area residents, currently the noise, dust, dirt particles, vibration hinder the residents from being able to enjoy their backyards Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. The stress and anxiety that these factors bring to them is widespread and mounting. The residents are woken up at 7 a.m. on the dot, often earlier, by the noise from the pit area. Folks that work shift work cannot sleep during the day. This community believes this expansion and the constant noise, dust, and dirt that each property suffers will decrease their property values. And whereas there are more than 15 operational gravel pits within 3 miles to the west to northwest of residents in the St. Andrews neighborhood, emissions of fine dust from these pits and from the heavily traveled and dusty regional roads accumulate in the air as the predominant west to northwest winds blow toward the City of Cambridge. A 2021 Health Canada report concluded that exposure to elevated concentrations of fine dust is associated with short-term health impacts on asthmatics, young children, and the elderly, and that long-term exposure can shorten life expectancy. And whereas there is a deed to the land dated September 23rd, 1993, and an amendment to that deed dated December 15th, 1999, stating that the lands that are contained in the dance pit proposed expansion area shall be used for agricultural use only. And whereas the Township of North Dumfries is not in receipt of a planning application to facilitate the proposed aggregate extraction land use activity and has requested staff to send correspondence requesting additional time to complete a review of the supporting technical studies to properly inform any planning, environmental, and economic, social matters or concerns. And whereas the deadline for an objection for the filing of comments on the ARA application with the MNFR is December 14th, 2021. And therefore be it resolved that the city clerk be directed to send correspondence on behalf of the City of Cambridge Council to the Ministry of Northern Development, Mines, Natural Resources and Forestry, objecting to the Aggregate Resource Act application for the expansion and in support of the residents, and requesting that CBM Aggregates honor the deed to that parcel of land and keep it agricultural use only and not grant CBM's application for license. And that this correspondence also be sent to the Council of North Dumfries and Regional Council of Waterloo.
Thank you so much. Councillor Wolf, did you want to speak to this motion?
Yes, I'll try. Through you, Madam Mayor. I recognize that the aggregate industry is very important to building infrastructure in Southern Ontario. Agricultural lands are also essential to maintain local food supplies and are essential for building a climate-resistant Ontario for future generations. Originally, when the dance pit was established, it was agreed the agricultural lands between the pit and our city border would remain agricultural. Residents abutting the border already experience negative effects from the existing dance pit and other pits in this area. As you have heard from the delegate and read in the correspondence, residents suffer from dust, vibration, and noise. An expansion of the existing pit with an increase in operating hours will only make the situation worse. At the moment, the pit operates from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday to Friday. CBM is applying for a license where the expanded pit would operate from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. daily. The province has compatibility guidelines which recognize that aggregate extraction may have adverse effects on sensitive land use, i.e. housing. Unfortunately, the guidelines favor aggregate operations. If we have an existing pit and someone wants to build a home near it, the buffer zone is twice the distance as if a pit wants to expand toward a house or home, according to these guidelines. The dance pit could not expand so close to our city boundary if the rules were equal. This motion asks the Ministry of Northern Development, Mines, Natural Resources and Forestry to respect the promise to keep the lands agricultural. If the expansion is allowed, we will then be asking for limited operating hours to mitigate the daily effect on residents. I will also be asking for CBM to supply an end date to extraction. Without a commitment to end extraction, let's say in 5 years or another fixed time frame, property values are affected for a very long period. The existing dance pit still has aggregate, and there are no immediate plans to rehabilitate land to agricultural use. We need assurances that land will be properly returned to pre-excavation condition and that contaminated soil is not used. CBM has said that aggregate will be extracted, that the aggregate extracted will be processed at the original site, and the number of trucks accessing the site will not increase. They will use the same haul roads as they do now with the expanded pit. I would want to make sure that this is spelled out very clearly in the agreement with North Dumfries. Tonight, I would ask Council to support this motion and the residents impacted by the possible expansion of the dance pit. And
and mitigation to the effects of extraction are not possible when this is taking place so close to our residents' property. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now turn to members of council to see if they have any questions or comments. Councillor Reid, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Councillor Wolf, I hear about this promise that it would remain agricultural. Who made that promise, and can we hold them responsible for that promise?
Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the original owners of the dance pit made that promise, and we do have a deed, but it'll be up to the ministry to see whether they uphold that promise.
And if I could just clarify there, Councillor Wolf, when we were talking about it earlier, I think you mentioned that you had reached out to the Township of North Dumfries to pull that actual document and deed because there had been some memory of that promise from some of the local residents. Is that correct?
Yes, that is.
Okay. Councillor Reid, do you have any further comment?
It just seems to me that if a promise was made, there should be some way in which one can hold them to that promise. And the ministry would be the people who would hold them to the promise. I'm getting from your answer, and so the ministry can say, okay, you don't have to deal with that promise anymore. Would I be correct in that?
I hope not.
Well, it seems to me that, you know, we need to do something about this promise if there's any way we can.
Frankly, sometimes from CBM, they said, yes, this was made, but we didn't say forever. So, you know, it'll go back and forth. And unfortunately for our residents, aggregate laws do favor aggregate extraction. So that's what I said. If we don't win this part, that they say no expansion, then we will definitely look for operating hours and commitments and other things to mitigate this situation.
And I might just weigh in again there and just clarify that actually what Councillor Reid is talking about here is actually contained in the motion itself. And it does ask the ministry to actually honor that deed that was made, and we have supporting documentation for. So it's really here in the spirit of the motion.
Thank you.
Councillor Liggett, you're next. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Lisa's trying to, are you trying to pull up, so sorry, through you, Madam Chair, are you trying to pull up that map for me, Lisa?
Apologize through you, Your Worship. I was trying to send it to clerks and couldn't get the right email. Sorry, did you want me to share screen?
Well, yeah, I'm just, we have no location for that. I have no idea where this is.
Sorry. I'm having some technology challenges.
Oh, that sounds like me and this council this morning.
Who can I send it to share if I just forward this?
Thank you. I'm just going to ask Mr. Bromberg to weigh in. Okay. Mr. Bromberg?
He's got it.
Yeah, if I can just let you know, it's 1107 and 1157 Cedar Creek Road. And I just have the Waterloo Region GIS map up on my screen. Unfortunately, it is outside of the city of Cambridge, and so our GIS mapping isn't that great for showing properties in North Dumfries.
Through you, Madam Chair, it would have been helpful if we had a map or something with the report or in this meeting tonight, because we're being asked to make a decision on something that we have no idea where it is in Crux. I understand it's at the boundary, but we really should have the spot.
Right. Thank you. Any further questions?
No, I just want to know what we're talking about other than the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Devine?
Yes, thank you to the chair. If there's been a commitment given, then the commitment should hold. To be quite honest with you. And I'd like to really take my head off to Councillor Wolf for bringing this up and on behalf of her constituents. About 2 years ago, they had an open house out there, and I think the only two councillors were there, myself and Councillor Wolf, and they were trying to sell basically what they were trying to do to the residents. It wasn't going very well, and it's basically is going to be in the backyard, literally in the backyard of these people's homes, right? And if somebody was to build a 500,000 square foot manufacturing facility back there, this is about the equivalent of doing that with the noise, the dust, and that buffer has to be kept for the residents and for the city of Cambridge. So I'm all in favor of the motion. I know where the property is, but I looked at it, and it's literally going to be in Cambridge residents' backyard. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Adshade, you're next. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Your Worship. Yeah, I too strongly support this motion. As Councillor Devine is pointing out, this is right in the backyard of these residents. So it would be a terrible mess if with the dirt, the noise, and the dust that will be created if this expansion is allowed to occur. And there was a deed, as has been mentioned earlier, there was a deed where they promised to leave that agricultural, not to expand into that neighborhood. So I think hopefully the ministry will hold them accountable to that, and this expansion in this area will not occur.
Thank you. I'll go next to Councillor Mehta. Councillor Mehta.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. I would just like to say kudos to Councillor Wolf for bringing this forward, and it is a very serious issue. I certainly wouldn't want that in my backyard, and I am concerned about the impacts, and there are a lot of young families in that area. In fact, if I'm trying to remember the site, I think at one time they even looked at it for a school at some point, and then some houses were built if it's up along Wedgwood and those kind of streets. So a lot of young families there, and I'm certainly concerned about the dust impacts and affecting the quality of life in that neighborhood. So it's got my full support for motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go next to Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Again, thanks to Councillor Wolf for bringing this motion forward. I wasn't a councillor at the time, but I did attend the sessions back in, I believe it was 2019, and spoke with a lot of people that were a lot of neighbors that were very concerned at what was going on in literally their backyards. And I think the buffer in this situation, if the promise was made, it has to be kept. I have heard from a lot of residents in the area over the years that, yeah, dust is an issue. It gets into pools, it gets into air conditioners, people have to close their windows. So to intensify that when we already know the effects of what's presently going on, it's something we have to take a serious pause on and do whatever we can, I think, to ensure the quality of life of those residents is maintained. So this motion has my full support, and I thank Councillor Wolf for bringing it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would just want to note that we've now got the sort of a screenshot of a map up there. And I just wanted to add in a comment that I visited this pit a couple of times when I was former Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry. And also Councillor Devine is right, but I was there at the public meeting as well in my current role to hear the concerns of the residents. And I do recall they were talking about the agreement that the CBM pit would not expand there. And what you see on the screen in front of you is Cedar Creek at the northern edge of the road. And then all of the homes on the eastern side of this blue line that outlines property of the CBM pit are all the residents that really come off the spine of Grand Ridge through that area. So I think Tracy, who was our delegate this evening, was talking as one of the residents along that portion. So that's it in aerial viewpoint. And I thank again, Councillor Wolf, for bringing this forward. I certainly will be supporting. Councillor Liggett, you're next. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps Councillor Wolf can answer this. Is this the same one where we dealt with this last term with regards to all the shrubbery along the western boundary? And Councillor Montero talked extensively of having sat out there and in his patrol car writing up his reports. Is this the same one?
Councillor Wolf?
Yes, I think it is. It was, yes, because we were aware just before the last election.
Okay.
That this was going to happen, was a possibility.
Okay, thank you. My question with regards to location has to do with the fact that I had filed an OMB appeal hearing with regard to aggregate on a property up there, and I had withdrawn the filing on some conditions, and I just wanted to make sure that this wasn't the same one or not, because those conditions would still apply. Okay, thank you.
Sir Meta, you're next. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'm glad they showed the map because now I can really picture where it is. Harwood was the street that I was thinking of that had the school proposed. I still have the old zoning bylaw in my basement. But anyways, I know other people in the area who are having issues with breathing, and this is a concern, like for the ones with asthma and cystic fibrosis and things like that. So I give Councillor Wolf the kudos for bringing this forward because I do share those concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mann, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I agree with the comments that have been made by my fellow councillors this evening that unfortunately the neighbors who are out there can't get any closer to this pit, and it's an opportunity for us to support them and make sure that the expansion is not permitted because they have to live there and they have to endure the noise that they already experience, and we don't want to see anything contributing to that any more than already has been. So I would definitely support the motion, and I thank Councillor Wolf for bringing it forward because we have to make sure that we look after those residents in the area and do what we can to help mitigate future noise and health issues on their behalf.
Thank you. And with no further comments, I think we're ready to go for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Absolutely in favor.
Councillor Urmeta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. Well, I thought I might get through this session without reminding people to mute or unmute or reduce their legacy hand. And Councillor Meta, I caught you. I think that's a legacy hand. Anyway, I think at this point, we are going to now recess until 7 o'clock when we will start the statutory public meeting. So you can turn your cameras and your mics off, and I'll see you at 7 p.m. Welcome back, everyone, after the recess. As noted, we have one statutory public meeting being held under the Ontario Planning Act. I'm going to call upon staff to provide an introductory presentation at the beginning of the meeting. Then we'll hear from the applicant, and afterwards I'll call for any delegations over 3 rounds, so that members of our virtual audience who have tuned into our live stream of today's meeting and wish to speak to the item on the statutory public meeting will be able to do so. And just before we get going, those that may be listening at home, I'm going to get you to note this number, and it will be 519-740-4680, extension 4799 to call in. So city staff are on hand to monitor and receive calls during the course of the statutory public meeting, and the number will also be available on our city website, our agenda, and at the live stream of our meeting located on the City of Cambridge YouTube page. Each delegate who may participate will be allowed 5 minutes to speak. And I do remind members of council and the public that there's no debate of the item in a public meeting. I also remind council that this statutory public meeting will be before council a second time with a recommendation report, and tonight's process is really for public consultation. Council, as usual, will consider all oral and written comments prior to making a decision on this item. If a member of the public would like to be informed of further reports or decisions on this matter, we ask that you please email your name and contact information to our planning division. The contact information for the staff member associated with tonight's public meeting will also be shared as part of their presentation, so stay tuned for that. This evening's statutory public meeting is Agenda 5.4 21-290 CD Public Meeting Report 143 Elgin Street North, Vacant Land Condominium, Shout Vision Limited. Again, we're going to hear from staff, then the consultants, then any delegations, and then I'll ask council that we hold off on any questions for the staff or the consultant until we've heard from all potential delegations as part of the public meeting. So I note that our staff, Jacqueline Hanneman, has joined us. So welcome, Jacqueline, and I understand you have a presentation. Just let the clerk know when you need to.
Sorry, Your Worship, Councillor Nicholas Mehta, I should probably declare a conflict of interest to be on the safe side, because I do have a lease that I recently signed at 135 Allison Ave. It may be far enough away from this property, but it is in that immediate neighborhood. It gets in walking distance, so it might be best that I declare it. I don't really think I have one, but I think I should just take that step because I signed the lease fairly recently. I want to make it clear I did not have a lease when council voted on this during the last term of council. It's a recent thing. I know it's just the vacant land condominium, but I just want to err on the side of caution. I would have declared earlier, but I didn't really know, and I thought maybe just to be on the safe side.
Thank you, Councillor Mehta, and the clerk has duly noted that, and any further questions could be directed to the clerk. Thank you for doing that. Will I remind you about your legacy hand? Thank you. All right, now we're ready to go. Jacqueline, welcome, and please let the clerk know when you're ready to advance your slides. You may begin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, member of councils, and member of the public. My name is Jacqueline Hanneman. I'm a senior planner of development with the city. So I'm here this evening to present information to the public at this formal public meeting in regard to the proposed vacant land condominium at 143 Elgin Street North. Next slide, please. The applicant had submitted an application for vacant land of condominium to the region of Waterloo, who is the approval authority for condo applications. So the city was circulated the application from the region, and due to the type of condo being proposed, a public meeting is required. So just to be clear, not all condominium applications are subject to a public meeting, but this application for 143 Elgin Street North is a vacant land condominium application. It was submitted to allow for the condominium corporation to be created on the lands prior to the units being constructed. So this type of condo allows for the townhouse units on the property be constructed after the condominium corporation is formed. If the applicant had applied for a different type of condo application where the units were built first, and then the condominium corporation was formed after the construction of the units, a public meeting wouldn't be required. Next slide, please. The public meeting is required under Section 51 of the Planning Act and Ontario Regulation 544/06. It's required simply because of the order to which the condo is being registered, which is registration of the condominium corporation prior to the construction of the townhouse units. The City of Cambridge is holding this meeting, this formal public meeting, but ultimately the application will be approved by the Region of Waterloo. A notice for this public meeting was sent out by mail to property owners within 120 meters of the subject property and to individuals that had requested to be included on the mailing list through previous planning applications on the property. The notice was also sent by email to members included on the registered mailing list, and notice was also provided in the Cambridge Times on October 28th, 2021. Next slide, please. So as you can see on this slide, 143 Elgin Street North is identified by a red boundary. The subject property is located east of Elgin Street North and south of Allison Avenue. The property is directly north of St. Anne Catholic Elementary School and directly south of a place of worship. So this property may look very familiar to some as it has been through extensive planning processes in the past. Next slide, please. The property was subject to a zoning bylaw amendment, which was approved in 2017. The approved zoning permits a maximum of 92 townhouse units and a minimum of 49 visitor parking spaces on the property. This site-specific setbacks from property lines were also approved at that time. A severance of the land was approved in 2018, in which the subject lands, 143 Elgin Street North, were severed from the church property at 147 Elgin Street North. So it used to be one big property with the church, and 143 Elgin Street was severed off to allow for this residential development on this portion of the property, which is now its own property. Next slide, please. Site Plan 41/17 was approved in 2019. The site plan approved the 92 townhouse units as well as the future internal condo road and stormwater management area. The site plan amendment SP 40/20 was approved in 2021. So the site plan amendment was made by the applicant just to make some minor modifications to the stormwater management facility and to extend the width of some of the units' driveways. This allowed for additional vehicle parking to be allowed and the driveway wide enough to permit some additional parking spaces in some of these units. There was no change to the number of units that were proposed on the site through that amendment. Next slide, please. The proposed plan of condominium is in conformity with all of the past planning approvals. There is no changes to the past approvals through this vacant land condominium process. The lands will still contain the 92 townhouse units, visitor parking, stormwater management facility, condo road, and amenity areas that have all been approved in the past and which was intended for this property since the beginning of the planning process. Next slide, please. So again, just in accordance with the Planning Act and Ontario regulation, prior to the Region of Waterloo making a final decision on this condo approval, a public meeting is required to notify the public. The application has been circulated to city departments for comments and review, and the creation of draft conditions of condo. No action items have been identified through this process and this review process, since the proposed condo that they have submitted is in compliance with all past approvals. The city's standard conditions of draft approval for condominium will be applied to this condo prior to the region giving draft approval. Next slide, please. So this slide here shows the proposed plan of condominium, which looks very much like the site plans that were approved in the past. You can see that individual units are identified on the plan, much like they would appear on a plan of subdivision. So the townhouse units would be located on each one of the little rectangular parcels shown on this property. The road and surrounding amenity areas would be owned and maintained by a future condo corporation if the condo was approved. Next slide, please. So staff's recommendation to council is that city staff continue with the review of the vacant land condominium application 30 CDM 21103, 143 Algon Street North, and prepare conditions of draft approval for the condominium for the reasons set out in report 21-290 CD. So just to be clear, no further report will be brought back to council on this matter, since final approval of the condominium is actually made by the Region of Waterloo. Next slide, please. This concludes my presentation for tonight. Thank you everyone for listening. My contact information can be seen on the slide here, should anyone need to be in touch.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline, for your presentation. And I know you'll stick with us while we hear next from our applicant, Douglas Stewart of Shout Vision Limited. We're just going to take a moment to bring Douglas into our meeting. Good evening, Douglas. It's Mayor McGarry. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can.
And I can hear you, which is great, because we are going to hear from you now. And thank you for joining us this evening. You do have 5 minutes to present to council. I see the slides are up, so just give a nod to the clerk when you want to move the slides forward. And thank you for coming this evening.
Thank you kindly. And to the mayor and members of council, I'm here. Yes, I can.
Douglas, I'm going to ask you to turn your computer off behind the scenes there. There is about a 25 to 30 second delay from what's actually being on in council here to the YouTube channel. So if you just pay attention to your script and just let us know when to move the slides. But if you're watching this on YouTube, you'll note that there's a bit of a delay there.
Great. I will stop watching it. So if I may begin, to the mayor and members of council and the public and staff, I'm here on behalf of Scout Vision. We are here in regards to the statutory public meeting for the draft plan of condominium. If you could have the next slide, please. Again, this is a proposed vacant land condominium. It somewhat does look like a plan of subdivision, in as much as the plan would proceed to registration and then construction of each townhome can start. We are here because of Ontario Regulation 544/06, Section 7, which says for a vacant land plan of condominium, there shall be a public meeting. Could I have the next slide, please? We've been before, and the staff did explain, and I won't go into any great detail. There has been a bylaw amendment, a consent application, and site plan. If I could have the next slide, please. What I think is what's most important for the members of council is there are 24 back-to-back residential and 68 standard type townhouses for a total of 92. That 92 was determined when the original amendment to the zoning bylaw was approved. On this screen, you will see what is being proposed. On the top side is the back-to-back, and on the bottom side is the traditional two-story townhouses. There are 49 visitor spaces for parking. The plan continues to provide for the protection of the natural environment, and the point of access to this is proposed only from Elgin Street, and there is an emergency access only to Radford Avenue. The next slide, please. This is all about not what's proposed, but whether it's owned or rental. What is being proposed conforms with what was approved before. What I think is very important here, and I started off by saying I'm here on behalf of Scout Vision, which is reflective of why I'm here. But I think it's important that if this development is approved as a vacant land plan of condominium, it will provide a place for 92 families to live in Cambridge. Next slide. And I thank you. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Douglas. So I'm going to ask you just to stay on the line with us. We will listen to any possible delegations coming in this evening, and then members of council will be able to ask any potential questions afterwards. So thank you very much for your presentation. So members of council, we have no pre-registered delegations to 21-290 CD Public Meeting Report 143 Elgin Street North, Vacant Land Condominium, Scout Vision Limited. And I apologize, I think I said Shout earlier, but Scout Vision Limited. And I want to remind the public that you can, if you wish to speak to this item, you may call us at 519-740-4680, extension 4799. Staff is standing by to receive any calls. So members of council, we're going to recess now for 2 minutes to see if anybody will call into our public meeting. Let's wait for members of council to turn on their cameras. Thank you for your patience. I have conferred with staff and we have not had any call-ins at the moment to delegate to this particular public meeting. So we're now just going to do a bit of a longer break. We're going to recess for 5 minutes to see if anybody watching wants the opportunity to call in on the statutory public meeting 21-290 CD Public Meeting Report 143 Elgin Street North, vacant land condominium, Scout Vision Limited. So again, individuals wishing to speak can call us at 519-740-4680, extension 4799. So we'll now go to a 5-minute recess. It's amazing to see the Hollywood Squares suddenly light up as we take down the notice here. So members of council, we have not received any request on this second round from anybody in the public to speak to this statutory public meeting. So we're going to go to a third and final call out of 5 minutes. And so anybody wishing to speak to item 21-290 CD Public Meeting Report, 143 Elgin Street North, vacant land condominium, Scout Vision Limited. And anyone interested can call in by telephone at 519-740-4680, extension 4799 to speak to this item. So I'll see you back in 5 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. I have now received confirmation from our staff who've been watching for messages or our phone lines, and there has been no members of the public who have asked to be delegations on this particular item. So we can now move on to questions. I see Douglas is still with us. Thank you very much. So we'll now move on to questions of our applicant from members of council. And I guess you did a great job, Douglas, at outlining the plan tonight. So thank you very much. I don't see any questions coming from members of council. So thanks for delegating us. We will now move to questions of staff. And I see no questions coming forward, so I'll look for one last time to see if there are any comments from members of council. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. This is in my ward, so I've received a lot of concerned residents emailing me and calling me because I think there is a slight confusion. This has been on the books apparently for quite some time. So when the notice came up in the paper, people thought, well, there's got to be some significant structural change or some alteration to the plans that I think people were familiar with. And so, yep, thank you very much to Jacqueline. I know she alleviated a lot of those concerns of residents through emails that there's really no physical or structural or design change at all. It's really just a technical or an operational change in the nature of when a condominium is declared and when it's not, prior to the build or after. So again, to any concerned residents out there, there's no change from what's come before. It's the exact same physical design. Speaking to the project itself, I think it's an excellent location, 92 units. It's a 15-minute walk to the main street of Cambridge. It'll be about a 10-minute walk to the LRT. It'll help a lot of individuals and families access Soper Park and all the amenities there. And of course, that's an area that it would benefit from having more people around. So all in all, I think it's a great project. And I think it's a wonderful way to get more people into the core area and also provide more housing for families and individuals in our community. So I am in support of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton, and you're so far ahead of yourself that we haven't put the motion on the floor yet to speak to it. So we'll reverse that, and now it's up to you to put the motion on the floor. Please begin.
It's been a long day. See,
no worries.
The order is confused of everything, so I'm confused as well. But thank you. And now may I put the motion on the floor? All right, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Adshade. Recommendation that report 21-290 CD public meeting report 143 Elgin Street North vacant land condominium Shoot Vision Limited be received, and that staff continue with the review of application 30 CDM-21103 and preparation of conditions of draft approval for the reasons set out in report 21-290 CD. And I think I've accidentally already spoken to the motion. Thanks.
Thank you. In a bit of reverse order, but that's okay. We will look just to see if there's any further questions from members of council to staff. And any further comments? And seeing none for the second time, I'm going to say that you have a legacy hand up. Councillor Hamilton, that's not bad for this evening. We've only had 2 so far. We're ready for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor. Thank you. I now deem this public meeting closed. Thank you everyone for your patience, and now we will continue with the rest of our agenda that we recessed in order to ensure that we complied with the time for the statutory public meeting. So we are now going to move forward to a motion to receive correspondence and presentations. So the following motion is related to receiving items of correspondence and presentations at council. And I think Councillor Adshade, you have this motion. Will you please read it?
I do, Your Worship. Thank you. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Leggett that all presentations and correspondence from the November 23rd, 2021 special council meeting be received.
Thank you. Are there any comments from council? Seeing none, we're ready for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade.
In favor?
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Urmeda.
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor?
Councillor Leggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor?
Councillor Reed.
In favor?
Councillor Wolf.
In favor?
Mayor.
In favor. And that carries. Thank you. All right, next up on our agenda is consideration of bylaws. Councillor Leggett, I think you have this motion. Will you please read it?
I do. Thank you, Madam. Chair. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Devine, that the following bylaws listed under the heading of introduction and consideration of bylaws be enacted and passed. 21-081 being a bylaw to exempt certain lots or blocks pursuant to subsection 50 brackets 5 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990, CP 13 as amended, part lot control exemption 51 Sparrow Avenue, 21-082 being a bylaw of the City of Cambridge to designate the property at 1261 Dundas Street, South Cambridge, Ontario as being a property of cultural heritage value or interest. 21-083 being a bylaw to designate the property at 22-24 Shade Street as being a property of cultural heritage value or interest. 21-084 being a bylaw to exempt certain lots or blocks pursuant to subsection 50 brackets 5 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990, CP 13 as amended, part lot control exemption 64, 66, 68, and 70 Hilldale Drive.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask the clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade.
In favor?
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Urmeda.
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor?
Councillor Leggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor?
Councillor Reed.
In favor?
Councillor Wolf.
In favor?
Mayor McGarry.
In favor. Thank you. Our next item is the confirmatory bylaw now, and Councillor Devine, I believe you have this motion. Will you read it?
I'll just find it here. Confirmatory bylaw, can you hear me okay?
We can.
Good, okay, confirmatory bylaw, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Reed, that bylaw 21-085 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the City of Cambridge be enacted and passed.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. I will now ask the clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade.
In favor?
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Urmeda.
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor?
Councillor Leggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor?
Councillor Reed.
In favor?
Councillor Wolf.
In favor?
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. Well, we've now reached the controversial part of the meeting, and that's close of meeting. Councillor Reed, I believe you have this motion. Will you read it in its entirety? We've reached the end of our agenda for today.
Thank you. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Urmeda that the council meeting does now adjourn at 7:40 p.m.
Thank you. And I'll have Madam Clerk call for the vote.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor?
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Urmeda.
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor?
Councillor Leggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor?
Councillor Reed.
In favor?
Councillor Wolf,
In favor.
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. That concludes our meeting for tonight. Thanks for joining us. And please be kind to each other, stay safe, and see you soon. Bye now.
Good night,
Bye,
everyone.
everyone.
Everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Night, folks.